Hello. Okay, sorry guys, I know there was 2 lives. You all made it to the right one. Good. Oh boy. Let me see if I can find it. I didn't share the stream out or anything. I'm very bad. So they'll just have to find us. Today, let me just grab this. Prosecution rested. They had the rebuttal witnesses, and they had Dr. Reamer back. I thought I knew that they would have Dr. Reamer back, and Dr. Reamer said that, well, we know how their pathologist was saying that it was the shotgun was right against his head, and that she didn't shave the hair, and so they'll never know that. But she said if that shotgun would have been right against his head, his eyeballs, I know it's gross, his teeth, everything would have come out. All of his facial bones would have been able to be moved. His face, she said, was intact, even his forehead. And had it been what they said, his face would have been torn apart. And then they also had another guy come on at the end, Dr. What was his name? Oh gosh, what the heck is his name? Kinsey. Dr. Kinsey guy. Said the same thing. They blew their stuff out of the water, like the 5'2" little guy that had to be the killer. Kinsey said, no, that's not true. He could have been 5'2", he could have been 6'2", he could have been 7'2". You can still, based on where you're standing, have the gun at the same angle that could have gotten the same shot. So that blew all of that out of the water. He also agreed with Dr. Reamer that if there had been a close contact shot like that to Paul's head, it would have blown his facial features out. His eyes would have been hanging out, his teeth would have been hanging out, and all that stuff. So they lost points with that. Then they really lost points with that guy with the phone. The guy that he's been sitting there in court. Let me see, I think I have a picture of him right here. Like every day this guy's been sitting there in the courtroom, this guy. Well, they paid him to sit in his office and throw his phone. He didn't record any of the outcomes, okay? It says if you pick up your iPhone gently, the screen will come on, but if you pick it up aggressively, it won't. And he was supposed to be talking about how Maggie's phone ended up in the field and all of that stuff, and they made that guy look like a blooming idiot. Okay, they asked him, did you record any of this stuff? Like, you didn't record this stuff because you thought if you recorded it, that it would be able to be given to us, and we would look over and we would see what mistakes you made and this and that. So yeah, they really, I think they went out with a bang, the prosecution. Probably the strongest they could go out in this case. They, put an end to the 2 shooters, to the 5'2" little person that had to do this. And this guy over here is that writer that I told you that's on the HBO one. But it went out with a bang there, yeah. And Dr. Reamer blew that pathologist stuff out. What else did they have on? And then Kinsey was really good about all those angles crap and stuff. And then that guy with the phones, he was ridiculous. And prosecution rested. They're going to Moselle tomorrow morning. And then I think they'll probably start with jury instructions and closing arguments if they have time. If not, I guess Thursday. I don't know, but it'll be done. So we'll see what happens there. I don't know. Let me take a poll and see what you guys think about if anything has changed. Okay, there's your poll. Let me see what the chat is saying. Hi, Sassy Dorsey. Hi, Barbosa, and hello, Deborah, Kevin, Linda. Easily distracted. Hi. Carolyn P. Hello there. Oh, Christina Ferrara says thank you for all the prayers and stuff. She appreciates that. I know a few of you went over to the Cuckoo Clock video and left her some love, which she's been responding back. So if you haven't done that, head on over to the Cuckoo Clock short, and she's responding in the comments. All right, so leave her a comment, please. She appreciates everything. Keep the prayers coming. And the phone guy was not a prosecution expert. That's how much you know. He was an expert for the defense. Guess again. Okay. Let's see. What was I going to say? And then, yeah, I'll get you the, let me get you the thing. Hold on. I'm going to get you the Cuckoo Clock video. Cuckoo Clock. Here we go. She's on this video, so copy link. She appreciates all the prayers and everything. Because she had a stroke, you know, you guys know that, right? She had that bad headache. Right there. You can go right there and talk to them. Okay. And let's see who else is here. Hi, Captain Lee, Than. Hi, Al. Chris Ree. Sassy Darcy. Element W. Nicole. Everybody. Let's see, we've got 57% say guilty. 17% innocent, 0 are undecided, and 26 are in a hung jury, but we have to get some more votes in there. More facilitation. I don't know who you emailed, but you didn't email me for sure. For sure. I have no email from you. I know you keep telling me in the message that you emailed me, but you didn't. Sorry, I had to put this. I forgot to tweet or do anything with this video, and that's not good. Let me just do it real fast. If you want to call in about the trial, you're welcome to call in. You can email. Make sure that that's going on there. And okay. All right. Come back to the chat. Oh, you're over here. Okay, so now let's see where we are. 59% guilty. Still, no one's undecided anymore. You left a message for Christine. Cute short. Oh, thanks. Thank you there, Sassy Darcy. Okay. Keep getting something on my phone here. I got a bunch of notifications. What is this about? Oh, it's you guys leaving messages for Christine. Okay, good. Let me just go and do something really fast over here. No. So let's go and see what else is going on. If you guys don't have much to say about Murdaugh, huh? Oh, the other guy that was on, right? The guy from the law firm. Oh my gosh, that was something, right? When hold on, let me get his picture. The guy he stole money from, the guy that said he didn't have any anger, and then Harpoodlin kept going back and forth with him, like, oh, is that not anger? Is that not anger? You know, and he's like, no, that's just because you're saying this, Crosby. Ronnie
Yeah, that
Crosby.
was awful.
Yeah, I forgot about this one. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he implied that Harpoodlin said that Ronnie Crosby was there just because he was like pissed that Murdoch took millions from them and they had to pay back. And he kept asking him, how much out of your own pocket did you repay? How much? How much? And it went back and forth. It was very uncomfortable. And he said, and I quote, "You're dead wrong if you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money. When we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction." And then Harpoodlin said, "Do you think he killed them?" And they objected to that, and that was done. And let's see. He said, "Mr. Harpoodlin and I came to the scene of these murders to support my partner. I was there. I saw things that haven't even been talked about in this courtroom. I was there. I loved Paul very much. I thought I knew who Alex was. I did not. And it's hard to, you might not understand, but it's hard to walk around with anger and hard to even walk around with it when it's with somebody you didn't know and didn't understand. So you might not be that way, but I've got to function. I've got a family. I've got to move on with my life." And then he said, I said, I have no feelings. He said, "Have you forgiven him?" He said, I said, "I have no feelings." I said, "I had to work on that, Mr. Harpoodlin. When you go through what we've gone through, not only losing people we loved in a double homicide, but seeing the aftermath and then learning that someone you worked with for more than 20 years had been stealing throughout a period of time and deceiving us. There's a lot of emotion there, and yes, it was bad in the fall of 2021. And I have found a way to have no feelings. It's not forgiveness. It's just I don't have any feelings." Forgot about him.
Yeah, he kept right on him, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, so they're challenging the conviction of Kristen Smart's killer. That's crazy. Oh, wow. There's another murder-suicide in Ohio. Ohio family. 4 members of an Ohio family were found dead, and a 5th was critically wounded in a suspected murder-suicide in New Richmond, Ohio. Well, let's see. Who was Steve Kane, 50, Teresa Kane, 46, William Felton, 74, Ethan Kane, 13, were all dead at the scene, and Samantha Kane, 20, was in critical but stable condition. So it looks like probably Steve and Teresa were the mother of Ethan and Samantha. William Felton is probably Teresa's father, maybe? The heck is about that? Let's see, a GoFundMe was set up for medical expenses. Samantha Kane's emergency expenses. Wow. Let me see this. Now she has no family. Let's see what happened here. Oh, it's so crazy. Sheriff's office has identified the 4 family members who were found dead. It happened around 9:41 a.m. Monday when deputies responded to the what was that? I can't even see what that one is. 1100 block of Ribble Ridge to attempt the civil service. Deputies heard multiple gunshots while approaching the residence. Repeated attempts to contact the occupants of the house were unsuccessful. Sheriff's response team decided to make an entry. Upon entry, 5 gunshot victims were found inside, 4 of which were pronounced dead. And the 20-year-old Samantha Kane remains at UC Medical Center in critical but stable condition. I wonder what happened there. Let me see what these people are, if they have a Facebook or something here. Stephen Kane, Teresa Kane. Gosh, I wonder if this is her. This can't be her, really? Let me see. The first thing that came up was this quote, but she's got a bunch. If this is her, she's got a... No, I don't think this could be her. I don't think that's her. Let me see. Okay, so Steve Kane was a vocalist. Critical Chaos was the name of the... Let me see here. Popular vocalist with the Chaos Ritual Band, a groove thrash metal band from Southwest Ohio, has passed away in an apparent murder-suicide. Steve Kane and his wife, Teresa Felton Kane, yes, I was right, that's her father, and 2 children, Ethan Kane and Samantha Kane. Wow, they put that Samantha died. She didn't die. Wow, that's... I can't believe they didn't correct that. So let me just see if I can... Teresa Felton Kane. Let's see. Oh, I think I found her. Okay, and that's where it is, because she had... This is apparently her Facebook. I don't know who these little kids are because Unless they were her kids when they were little, because they're too old now to be there. And I guess might be her daughter, that one that's... Where's it? She keeps showing her, if those are her kids, she's showing them from a long time ago. Looks like that's the Sandy Hook Promise. It is. Yeah, these are like from a long time ago. Very strange. So I don't know, but I don't know who's the one that... Snow Angels, if... Here. I just see it. So let me look real quick for him. Let's see something. Okay, here's his. Former industrial hygiene and safety leader at Duracell. Former director of media relations at Augusta Green Jacket, studied at Augusta State University. Married to Teresa Felton Kane, that's who she is. Instagram. And then YouTube channel Steve Kane Music. Vocalist, author of 15 books, Child of God, Husband, Father, Animal Lover, Messiah, Wolf, Thorn Alpha. What? So when was his last picture here? 3 days ago. Strange. Let's see if there's any other clues. Okay, here, let's see here. This is their house. See what the house was like. Okay, here's some more stuff. Let's see. Says, friends and family are mourning 4 people killed. Trisha Bose, who lived next door for more than 7 years, said deputies came to their door and spoke to them on their doorbell camera to let them know what was happening. Trisha remembers meeting Steve and Teresa when they moved into their home in the summer of 2015. She originally noticed Steve's Steelers t-shirt. I went down and he had on a Pittsburgh Steelers t-shirt, and we are die-hard Bengals fans. Like, hey, not too sure how this is going to go. We're Bengals fans and you've got that Steelers shirt, she said. Trisha said Steve told her the family moved from Connecticut so he could work at P&G where she worked. She quickly got over the Steelers shirt and the two families bonded, watching over one another, their homes, spending summers together in the pool, and watching their kids grow. I was shocked that the eviction was going to happen on Monday. Oh, they were going to get evicted on Monday. Another neighbor called and said, hey, I just told the neighbor across the street to let them know that I can take care of Sam and Ethan. I'll come home. And he said, you don't need to come home. What? I just told the neighbor across the street to let them know that I can take care of Sam and I'll come home. And he said, you don't need to come home. When news of 4 people found dead in the Ohio Township home reached Steve's Critical Chaos bandmates, they immediately noticed the home in question. We were sending out text messages, calling him, hitting him up on social media, and we weren't getting any reply back. They found out their friend and brother had died. New Richmond Superintendent Tracy Miller said in a letter to parents that 13-year-old Ethan was a New Richmond middle school student. He was loved by students and staff alike, and his loss leaves a tremendous hole in the hearts of our district and our community. As a community, we are just crushed. On Tuesday, students left notes on bulletin boards to mourn Ethan's loss, sharing words of kindness and sorrow. Wow, that's really sad. So they did this because they were going to be evicted. Ethan, you were as kind and sweet as cake, read one note featuring coloring page with a cake. We will always remember you, read another. Miller said Ethan was a quiet kid, a wonderful, wonderful kid. Teachers and staff members were in tears today. Just a bright, young life had been extinguished like this. I don't understand. Teachers paused their lessons for the day, focusing instead on their students' mental health. As I walked by room after room, they're saying, let's talk. How are you feeling? What can we do? The district is also rallying behind Samantha, who is still fighting for her life in the hospital. Miller said she was on the academic team at New Richmond, is now a student at Northern Kentucky University. The entire New Richmond community is behind her in the fight. GoFundMe has been set up to help pay for Samantha's medical expenses as she remains hospitalized. Friends say they don't understand what happened. There's no indication of anything ever being wrong, no telltale signs. We just prayed for him and his family. In the end, we'll find some peace, and that's all we're hoping for. Claremont County officials says there does not appear to be any threat to the community at this time, and there's no search for outstanding suspects. But where did they mention the eviction? Where's the neighbors? Okay, let's see. Just goes right in and just says that. Huh. So they had. Let's see. I am shocked that the eviction was going to happen. So it just says eviction without anything else. Let me see. Let me see. See if it says it over here. Stephen Kane, 40, let's see. Samantha was shot but survived. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. That lady mentioned that, but I don't see. Not seeing that here. Let me see.
Now we could. What's the? I mean, did they own their own house or?
I don't know.
Or
The
did
only
they-
thing I saw about eviction was that one lady. Said eviction. It's going to happen today. What, Monday, the day they killed
I
themselves.
mean, if there's a property address, you could look and see if it's in foreclosure, maybe. But if they're renting, they're being evicted. That's crazy.
I don't know. Let's see. Here's the house. No. Let's see here. There was no signs of forced entry, no current suspects, right? It's really terrible if that's the reason that they, whichever parent thought that that was the only way to deal with this, Really, really sad. Crazy. I don't know what this. Okay, and then where did I just see that? Oh my gosh, they want to throw out Kristen Smart's convicted killer's stuff right before sentencing. See what's going on with that. I don't see it here, though. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm gonna get into that because I don't see that happening there. But what did the other thing I just saw? one other thing. I don't know. I can't even find the name of this. It's just upsetting that they just took out a whole family because of an eviction, or if it was an eviction, why did that one person just say eviction and nobody else has mentioned it? Let's see, let me look on Facebook. By reading the dad's Facebook page, I think he did it, not the mom, someone said. What did he say? What was the post? Serve papers for what? Divorce, eviction? This is so sad. Eviction. See, somebody else is saying, if you look at the husband's last post, it's very chilling. Are they sure the wife did it? Oh, they're saying the wife did it? What? I was under the impression they haven't released who did the shooting. Yeah, they haven't. Why are these people just... Poor family knew about this since May of 2022. Okay, hold on. They're sharing something. Let's see. Teresa's dad. Yes, it was Teresa's dad was the fifth person. Mom killed Grandpa? I'm not sure. I think the foreclosure, I'm sure, but there isn't a house in the world or any place I could stay for that matter worth killing my children.
Yeah, it's a nice. I mean, I bet they owned it, and I bet it went into foreclosure. That's what it seems like.
Let's see. Steve Kane. Look what's happening today. What are they showing them? She was she a sensei? I don't know. Teresa Kane. Shot tries. Isn't that the guy who wrote a book and was signing it in the Front Street Cafe? Yes. Wow. He wrote several books and was a singer in a local rock band. Do you happen to know the names of the books? One of them is called The Periodic Coffee House. It has a photo of the Front Street Springer House on the cover. If they lived in the very last house directly behind the cul-de-sac, I bought a pinball machine from him. What happened? It was a murder-suicide, maybe just a rumor, but I heard that his wife was, they're saying the wife. He was the lead singer of Critical Chaos. I didn't know him well, but I do know the other members of the band pretty well. They're all in shock, and everyone is still waiting for answers as we pray for Samantha. Heck. Yeah, I know. Very strange. Do that? Why would they do that? Why would, oh my gosh, I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Hey, Billy boy. So where did the murder weapons go? What murder weapons? What are you talking about, Billy? Are you talking about Murdaugh? Hi, Julianne. Hello, Snow Remover. Any news, Snow? You're going off the rails. Tell me what you're going off the rails about. Call in. Tell me what you're going off the rails about. Come and discuss it. Call in. Call in with your Murdaugh stuff. What are you going off the rails about?
Who's going off the rails?
I don't know. I think it was Sassy Darcy's going off the rails with the Murdaugh. I don't know why. Yeah. Tell me why, Sassy. What are you going off the rails about? I don't know what she's going off the rails about. Oh, you are talking about Murdoch. Was monetary. No, well, not really, Billy boy. It wasn't. He didn't have any insurance, and it was what was gonna do? Deflect a little bit off the boat case or something? Come on. I mean, it really. I don't know. It's really not good. I don't know what'll happen. Oh, you were singing to Billy Boy? Yeah, it's not so much, Billy, it's just a messed up, crazy thing. Hi, Sarah. So let me take a poll. I've got to get rid of this other one. All right, so we have guilty 58%, innocent 9%, undecided 5%, and hung jury. Okay.
Yeah, I think law and crimes was 60-some% for guilty today.
Really? Okay, you decide. Hi, Earthbound. Hi, Hillbilly Pie. Thank you, Sarah Moran. Thank you very much. I didn't get any of my shipping done today. I had to help out with other stuff, so I'm going to try tomorrow. We had a snowstorm anyway, and we still have a tree across our driveway. So I can't get my car anywhere. Sorry for everybody I've disappointed. Billy Boy's been a member for 18 months, a Deputy Rambler.
Congrats.
Yay, Billy Boy. Woohoo. Okay, let's see. So far, Leticia Stauch case is winning. Kyle. Let me get the other. I need the other story about Leticia Stauch. So far, Leticia Stauch case is winning. Kyle. Get the Okay. So where is the... Okay. Oops. Today was our anniversary of the channel. The February 28th. It said happy birthday to your channel. February 28th of 2012, this channel was born. Yay, woohoo.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday,
dear
Carolyn.
channel. Happy birthday
Happy
to you.
birthday to you.
Okay, looks like Leticia Stauch won. Okay.
That's awesome. 7 years, right, Carolyn? 7 years? 11 years old?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay.
They grow so fast.
I know.
That's a great accomplishment.
Yeah, it is.
Guys, come on. We're excited. Let's see. So let me go to, could Alex have fed about Paul's boat trial, would have sunk them? No, I come on. He got away with everything. I don't buy it. The motive is just not strong enough to kill your son and wife. I mean, I don't know. It's just that kind of a motive. It's just what did he get off of him? You know what I mean? He got the boat trial off of him. Come on. To kill your son? I just don't get it. There was something, I don't know. Okay, so let's see. So Leticia gave a bunch of interviews in the days following, and there were more and more stories that came up. So interview number 1, let's see. She said that she never had her phone with her on January 27th, and that was when she went out with Gannon, and they have her phone that was what they believe left home on, just shut down. She admitted she left her phone home, but claimed that her Apple Watch would have picked up her locations as she took Gannon to a bicycle shop. Here's the bicycle shop coming in. At around an hour away from home, as well as Play It Again sports shop at an unknown location. Let's see what else she said. She said she was the only person at home with Gannon on January 27th, and then said he left to go over a friend's house and never came home. There were over 800 tips and leads, and everybody was searching for Gannon. And then authorities announced they have reason to believe he was dead. Some of the tips and leads resulted in a search near the southern portion of Palmer Lake, and that's where they found that piece of particle board with his blood on it. And they believe that she had his body on that inside the Tiguan, dumped it somewhere, and then picked it up again and brought it over to Florida. She said her smartwatch may have pinged around Douglas County before she took Gannon to search for a bicycle for her husband in the area. Then she admits that she was still saying that Gannon went to the friend's house. She said she drove her husband's pickup truck, the Nissan, and that she took Gannon with her so that they could shop at Play It Again Sports and look for a bicycle for Al in Castle Rock. She said that her husband's truck was never at the airport, which disputed an online rumor that it was, and she explained that she left for work with a family member to go to the airport. He did, and never parked his truck there. Somebody dropped him off. There was speculation that she rented a car on the day that Gannon disappeared, but she said the majority of accusations are coming from people that don't have the facts at all. She's not disputing that she rented a car, but she didn't rent a car until Tuesday, January 28th, the day after Gannon disappeared. That morning, she said she picked up her husband at the Colorado Springs airport. They both left the airport in the rental car. The plan was to look for Gannon in a car he wouldn't recognize. This is why she said this, so that he wouldn't hide from a family's car thinking he was in trouble. And then she had these budget rental agreement here of the vehicle that she rented. Okay. It was a Kia Rio sedan. It was rented at the airport. So what she did was she brought her Tiguan in, parked it, rented this, picked the husband up, and they left the airport in this car. Let's see what else they did here. Now, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office spokesperson Jacqueline Kirby said Gannon was originally listed as a runaway thanks to the way that Leticia reported the disappearance. And then he was changed from a runaway to missing and endangered given his age and the weather conditions when he disappeared. She claims she voluntarily took a lie detector test and passed, but remember she was on that fake lie detector test site. She said she took it through an independent agency and is willing to share the results in person. She said that she wanted to search for Gannon since the beginning. However, she feels that the searches have been ineffective because instead of focusing on the boy, they've been focusing on following her and her GPS. And this is, I quote her saying this, "From my interview, I told them where I went. I'm sure they verified it with my watch. On top of that, my own Volkswagen car has CarNet in it. I think what they did, what looked at anywhere where I might have been from the day before and after I went to the airport." She said that although she desperately wants to find Gannon, she has no idea where he is, but hopes that he returns home soon, saying, "I wish I had the answers." Okay, and then she says she doesn't understand how authorities could call their home a crime scene after they saw Gannon leaving with her on January 27th. And I quote her again, saying, "How the hell is the house a crime scene if he left and didn't come back with me, supposedly? They are saying there is a crime scene with all this blood in the house. which they let people live in during the supposed crime scene for 7 days. But then a video shows him leaving with me, walking. She was referring to that security camera footage by the neighbor. It showed them leaving the house on the 27th at 10:18 a.m. and returning a little after 2 p.m. without him. But see, she wasn't without him. It looked like she was without him, but she wasn't. She claimed that her husband told her about blood found in the home. She denied hurting Gannon and claimed that he would get repetitive nosebleeds that required frequent cleanups. And she said that Gannon also cut his foot in the garage a few days before he vanished. There are tools, wood and woodworking in the garage, jointers and saws. If there was blood in the garage, it was from doing activities. Al allegedly called his wife and asked her why a saucer-sized puddle of blood was found inside Gannon's room. And she said, and I quote, "He was taken around and shown different places of blood inside the house. There was some blood in the garage, but there are accidents all the time, nosebleeds. Gannon walked around sometimes with blood on his arm from nosebleeds." Leticia added that her husband told her that Gannon's sock and a bloody 2x4 board were found in the woods near Douglas County. And if they're saying it's a 2x4, they said before it was a particle board. Leticia explained that her family frequently loaded up boards they didn't need from their garage into the pickup truck, leftovers from her husband's woodworking hobby. She claimed that there had been several accidents in the garage which could have easily accounted for the bloodied board. When asked how the board would have ended up in the woods, she said things could have flown out of the back of her truck before they've flown out before when she's driving. She said the same thing could have happened to the board or Gannon's sock. When questioned whether law enforcement specifically told her about wood or his sock, she said, "They have not said one word to me. They have not called me." The El Paso County Sheriff's Office didn't confirm the accuracy of Leticia's statements. They indicated during a press conference they would not be releasing any additional comments around the time of the investigation. And let's see what else we have for Leticia. Okay, let's see over here now. Blood spatter and a murder weapon were just a few pieces of evidence that were discussed in a preliminary hearing for Leticia Stauch. Gannon was reported as a runaway on January 27, 2020. At first, Leticia said he went to play at a friend's house. A few days later, the sheriff's office admitted that now it's moved to a case of a missing and endangered child. She was the last person to have seen Gannon alive, and he was found later in Florida. So let's get to the part where Gannon is found, because she is in South Carolina at the time he is found. And I remember when this happened, and we were live with this stuff, and we had somebody call in that was right there on this bridge in Florida when the suitcase was found. I forget who that is. And we also had a cousin. We had somebody that knew Leticia that called in one night. It was like a cousin of hers out there called in. Does anybody remember that? Yeah. Okay. Let me get it. Make sure Gannon up instead of the... Okay, so... Gannon being found here. Okay. They were found on March 20th of 2020. March 20th of 2020. The remains of 11-year-old Gannon Stauch were discovered this week, March 20th, 2020, beneath a bridge in Florida, 1,400 miles from his home. And the discovery led prosecutors in Colorado's 4th Judicial District to file 9 more charges against his stepmother, Leticia Stauch, who already was accused of killing him. The remains were found Tuesday by the Florida Department of Transportation road crew doing work around US 90 and the Escambia River Bridge in Pace, Florida. The Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office continues investigating how the boy got to Florida, who brought him there, and how long he had been there. They did not know whether Florida authorities had been advised to be on the lookout for Gannon in that state. Pace is about 15 miles north of Pensacola in Florida's Panhandle. It's almost 1,400 miles from the boy's house, and it's 700 miles from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where Gannon's stepmother was arrested. An autopsy was performed, and results indicate that it is indeed Gannon, according to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office news release. The new charges against Leticia include one count of first-degree murder after deliberation and 8 counts of committing a crime of violence, according to an amended complaint filed in the El Paso County District Court. The crimes of violence are sentence enhancers, which would be used to increase any punishment Leticia would receive if she's found guilty of the charges. The penalty for first-degree murder is life in prison without parole. Let's see. So she was arrested on March 2nd, and his body was found on March 20th. They brought her back to Colorado, and remember, on the way back to Colorado, she tried to escape. And let's see. Leticia did not fight extradition to Colorado. During a court hearing, El Paso County prosecutors said more than 100 search warrants had been filed in South Carolina and Colorado. Her arrest affidavit and other case files remain sealed in El Paso County District Court, but we looked at those yesterday. They became unsealed. They actually leaked first. So he went missing on January 27th. She was arrested on March 2nd, and his body was found on March 20th. Let's see here. What the heck is this? I thought this was a child. Look at this person. That's an 18-year-old who was arrested on February 6th of 2023 with murder and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime in Florence County, South Carolina. He shot someone and they died on the scene. But that was a little kid of like 10. It's crazy. Okay, back to where we were. Okay, back again. Let's see. So then she went before a judge in Colorado. Exactly 2 years, January 27th, 2022. She stayed quiet for most of the hearing, only briefly consulting with her attorney. The judge authorized search warrant for her iPhone. Let's see here. And then she had a bunch of mental health evaluations. Okay, first she wanted to represent herself. Her trial is set to start, let me see, March 20th, I believe. And that's I wonder if that's the day that Gannon was found. And last year her trial was due to start March 28th. But the jury selection, let's see if that's still going strong now. It's supposed to be starting March 20th. Jury selection for Leticia Stauch. Her case is still on course, it says. Yeah, this set to start that March 20th of 2023. Okay. Okay. So January 27th, Gannon goes missing. She says he goes to a friend's house. Find out it's not true. January 29th, there's a credible tip that Gannon was not a runaway and foul play suspected. January 30th, El Paso County Sheriff's Office decides to upgrade the investigation to a missing and endangered child's case. January 31st, they asked volunteers to register and help search areas. February 1st, children in Gannon's neighborhood came together to pray for Gannon's safe return. February 2nd, Gannon's neighbor, Roderick Drayton, releases surveillance video that reportedly shows Gannon, stepmom Leticia, leaving with Gannon and then returning home without him. The video contradicts the initial statements Leticia reportedly made to investigators, but this was a big problem because he did come home with her. He just wasn't seen on the video. Investigators from El Paso County Sheriff's Office on February 3rd and crime scene technicians were spotted searching for evidence in the family's home. I remember when all of this was happening in real time. We were right there. Gannon's father and biological mother released an emotional video plea for information related to Gannon's disappearance that was on the 5th. February 28th, court records show investigators sought an arrest warrant for Leticia Stauch. She was in South Carolina at this point with her daughter, Harley. Then March 2nd, she's arrested in South Carolina. March 11th, she is formally charged and has a status hearing on April 14th. And then March 20th, Gannon's body was found. That's a little bit of what was going on in there. And then we have, like we talked about, the arrest affidavit, all those stories she has in there. I forget what all of her stories were. She had so many different stories. Okay, let's see. She said she last saw him between, this is her first story, 3:15 and 4 on January 27th. She issued this statement. This is from Leticia, because she was on social media, okay? She was giving interviews. She was on social media. Like someone, like, did Ann say in here she was on the Find Gannon pages and stuff? Yeah, that was all happening. So this is what she said. She has received significant criticism online, with many accusing her of being involved in Gannon's disappearance. She also posted like this video of Gannon turning around and saying like bye on her Facebook page, and people thought like she was doing that as a dig to the mother and all of that. Okay. So this is what she said. First and foremost, I want to thank all agencies, volunteers, and community members who are working diligently and praying endlessly to bring Gannon home safe. Thank you to my husband, who has stayed strong through this and protected our family to the best of his ability, and our immediate and extended family members throughout the East Coast. To Gannon, please come home soon because your daddy is waiting to watch the new Sonic movie that comes out this week, and the cool shirt I got you to wear to the theater is in your closet. Social media has been devastating, from the harsh comments, speculations, threats, cyberbullying, etc. It has been a challenge when people are trying to run you off the road, waiting outside your hotel, threatening to kill you, etc. I encourage the sheriff's office to take down those pages that promote negative behavior and violence. Let's do what Gannon would do. Be kind to one another. We all have engaged in something crazy online at some point. Really? But Gannon would want everyone to get along and to focus on finding him. I know that many people have kids and are invested in this because it hits close to home for them. I would like to think that overall most people are genuine and want to do everything in their power to help find G. With that being said, please take a step back for a moment and let me explain to you a few details that were not released. For example, just like the video that was leaked, there are additional details that were hidden due to 1. The department doing its job, 2. The effects of social media and how some individuals would criticize or hinder the investigation. I chose to listen. I didn't leak videos or information, but at this time it's getting later in the process and we just want Gannon home. I feel the need to fill in some gaps. Now let me stress this. Police have known this since the first interview. Saturday night, oh, this must be where I heard all the first stuff here. Saturday night, G was helping me unload in the garage and cut his foot because there were a lot of tools because Albert does woodworking. He sat on the edge of the car and we bandaged it up. He was good to go. He always loves helping his dad in the garage build things like that on his Lego tables. And the flower pot they built for me as a gift. After this, I noticed G kept going to the side of the house. He told me he was checking to see if the gate was locked because he was the only one with a gate key. It made him proud to be the man of the house while Albert was away. Fast forward, we did a hike on Sunday and shopping on Monday. And she said that was cleared as well for him getting out on the other side so they didn't see him. Please don't think for a second there isn't enough of the technology to determine shadows and movement around the truck. There was also proof from my phone that we had taken a selfie in the truck in our driveway, and that was time-stamped. We always send pictures to Albert when we're out and about or when he is away. That can be scanned for actual time verification. Last, from day one, the sheriff's office has known a description of the friend whom Gannon left with. I explained to them and provided evidence. They had information about G having the key to go out the side gate. Last, they have more in-depth details that go along with this, pointing to who sent the person or why he may have come. Again, I repeat, they have had this initially, and I was asked to keep quiet about it so that they could have the best shot at doing their job and bringing G home. The last thing they needed was a hindrance to their investigation. I encourage you to think of any suspicious cars that might have been in the area, watching a few days prior and keep praying for G. Okay, and then let's see. That was another one of her stories. Let's see. Go back. Leticia claims Gannon had an accident in which he pooped his pants. Okay. Here's another one of her she told so many stories. She said, and I quote, "Something is not right. I'm so mad. They have spent all this time and haven't found him. Why? Because they are chasing me." When the neighbor Roderick Drayton provided the home security footage, everyone thought that Gannon didn't return home with her. She said that Gannon was with her when she arrived back. He exited the truck and he was holding a white bag in his hand. She said that Drayton may have provided the incorrect date on the surveillance footage since her teen daughter arrived home on January 27th at 4:38 p.m. and parked in the same spot her truck was parked in on the security footage. We both couldn't have parked there. Something's not right. I even helped my stepdaughter get her bike out. Hold on a second. Out of the garage, and then my teen daughter and her went to the Dollar Tree, and the truck was on the road then. She added that she clearly remembers giving Gannon a white bag to hold in case he puked. She said the little boy had pooped in his pants the day prior and had been having issues with his stomach. Another security footage showed that the red truck parked on the curb in front of the Stauch house. A boy who appeared to be Gannon exited the truck wearing a backpack. It's unclear what day that particular footage was captured, but Stauch said it showed her arriving home with Gannon on January 27th. This is definitely Monday when we got back. Same clothes, and he had a bag in his hand. Something's not right. I have said from day one that I never backed in the driveway when he and I returned. She admitted the footage that captured her leaving on the morning of the 27th was likely correct. She said she did back that truck in the driveway that morning when she let it warm up. She added that Gannon dropped one of his electronics as he was getting into the truck and she picked it up for him. Authorities have not confirmed or denied the accuracy of the surveillance footage. There was no date listed on the footage that the neighbor provided to the media. I saw him come out of the house, get into that truck. Something's not right. She came back, locked her truck. Nobody got out of the truck. Leticia said that she drove her husband's truck on January 27th as a way to cut down on mileage on her own vehicle. She explained that her car was leased and she would have to pay a fee or have to buy the car outright if she went over a certain amount of miles each month. She also said that she needed the room in the back of the truck to bring used sports equipment to Play It Again Sports, a sporting goods store that buys and sells new and used sporting goods. She said she planned to shop for hockey equipment for Gannon since it was the only sport he had shown an interest in. They later went to Castle Rock to find a new bicycle for Al Stauch, who was out of town working at the time. She admitted that she left her phone at home on January 27th, but she said an Apple smartwatch was on her the whole time, which can easily track her whereabouts. She explained her whereabouts may seem confusing because she took back roads that morning because there had been a wreck. She said at one point she got lost and had to turn around, and she said that she took an exit off of 163 off of Highway 105, but did not remember the exact time. When asked why Gannon missed school and went out shopping on the same day, she said he stayed out of school mostly because he was embarrassed that he might have an accident in class since he's been dealing with bouts of constipation and diarrhea. She said that Gannon's medicine caused him to have stomach issues and bowel problems. Leticia said that after they returned home on January 27th, Gannon seemed to be feeling okay before he left for a friend's house. He went down to his room in the basement afterwards, according to Stauch. They obtained, the ADT alarm report showed activity in the basement and the living room at the same time around 3 p.m. Leticia said that she and Gannon were the only ones home, aside from their dogs, who were outside in the backyard. She added that her 9-year-old stepdaughter arrived home from school at 3:15 and did not see Gannon. Her 17-year-old daughter reportedly arrived home from work at 4:38 and minutes later left with the 9-year-old to go to the Dollar General store. She, too, did not see Gannon, according to Leticia. Okay, let's see. Are you guys following this? So you're still talking about how did Gannon die? Gannon was, let's talk about that because he had like serious overkill. Okay, let's talk about that. Shot and stabbed. He was stabbed 18 times. Okay, let's see. Let me get this for you. Okay, so Sergeant Jason Yoder, we talked about him before, right? Took this stand on Thursday. That was in a hearing. He was the first witness at the preliminary hearing, and he said that he opened the suitcase to find the body of a small boy wrapped in blankets. Yoder believes the body had been in the suitcase for about a month. He testified the boy had suffered a fractured skull, a gunshot wound in the lower left jaw, and stab wounds to the left chest and right back. He noticed that the autopsy report said that Gannon suffered 18 sharp force injuries in all. He also made it clear that the boy likely fought back. Cuts on Gannon's hands and arms were consistent with defensive wounds. We must have just read something with Jason Yoder, because I remember we just read something else with a Yoder. Okay, so here's some stuff about a rental van. Here we go. About how she might have gotten down to Florida. Colorado investigator Kevin Clark told the court that phone records and internet search information showed Leticia was searching online for cheap car rentals the morning she reported her stepson missing. She then got a rental car, which was used to transport the body. Another rental van was hired to drive down to Florida with her daughter, Harley Hunt. She texted Harley to buy carpet cleaner, trash bags, and baking soda to clean up Gannon's murder scene. Leticia's DNA was present on a 9mm handgun that investigators found in the Stauch family house. A forensic exam determined that a bullet launched in Gannon's head had been fired from the same gun. Okay, she said he left to go to a friend's house. She called 911 shortly before 7 p.m. on January 27th to say he never returned from a friend's house, but investigators say Leticia had not gone to search for the boy and couldn't provide the name of the friends that he had went to visit. Her story then dramatically changed multiple times over the next few days, according to the affidavit. We read that all last night. Leticia lied to investigators on multiple occasions. She has unexplained abnormal behavior such as getting a rental car, disconnecting her cell phone from the cellular network for an extended period of time, falsely reporting an alleged SA, abnormal patterns of travel, continuously evolving story with changing facts and circumstances, and then leaving the state of Colorado. She wanted to represent herself before she received new counsel. I'm trying to see here. What else do we have? And she had like 3 mental health evaluations because she had threats from her peanut butter in jail and all kinds of just really crazy stuff going on. She had said that they had been hiking at the Greek gods. But that was all not true either. Let's see. Oh yeah. Her mother, yeah, I forgot about this, Ann Rose. You were saying her family was all over this Facebook pages. You're right, okay? Leticia claims Gannon knocked over a candle and burnt the carpet. The sources on this are murky, but her mother discussed the burned carpet with a Facebook group, which is so crazy. Some of this stuff was Facebook. There was a video. Leticia released a video that said that she accidentally took of him sobbing and saying he didn't do it on purpose. But it's not, you can't understand it. It means the carpet. But something did happen that night. Let's see if it's just. Probably have that video somewhere in my stash of stuff. Let's see here. Leticia's mother's Facebook page. I don't know. is the affidavit for? I don't know who this is the affidavit for. Stephen Crawford. I don't even know who that's whose affidavit that is. That's a different. What? Okay, that was a strange. Who's here? Oh, Sharon's here. Okay. I don't know. I just came across I don't know what affidavit I just came across. What is this?
Hi, Sharon.
Did anybody hear of, what is this? This is something current, but I don't know what this is. Did anybody hear of, what is this affidavit of? It's Pennsylvania, February 8th, 2023, Limerick Township, for Blair Anthony Watts. Killed Jennifer Brown. Is this the one? Let me look up his name. Is this? Yes, I know this. We did Blair Anthony Watts, and he had her child that was the business partner, right? Yep, Jennifer Brown. This is the affidavit. It looks pretty crazy. You want to look at this affidavit? It is crazy. Remember, he had her son, brought him to the bus stop. Let's see.
I don't remember the case at all.
Yeah, I went
Isn't that
over it a
strange?
few weeks ago.
All right. Blair Watts. I'm going to look that up while you're doing that.
Blair Anthony Watts, he killed Jennifer Brown. It's really, really crazy. All right, let me get her picture up here. Okay, so they had a business venture they went in on, and let me just get her picture up here. And this is her. All right, so let's look at this arrest affidavit because it's really crazy. Okay, so Mark Minzola, a detective with the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office, County Detective Bureau, Paul Marchese, a detective sergeant with the Limerick Township Police Department being duly sworn, depose and say the following. On Wednesday, January 4th, 2023 at 4:20 p.m., Limerick Township Police Officer Stephen Crawford responded to 1408 Stratford Court, Royersford, Limerick Township, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, to check the welfare of a resident at that address, Jennifer Brown, age 43. Officer Crawford met the caller, Blair Watts. That's the person that's now charged with her murder. At the address, Watts told Officer Crawford that he is a friend and business partner of Jennifer Brown and he has been unable to contact her. Watts pointed out Brown's Toyota RAV4, which was parked in close proximity to her residence. Watts told police he had last seen her on Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023 at 2 p.m. Watts explained he was at Jennifer's house on that day from approximately 1 until 2. During that time, they had agreed that he would pick up her son, NM, at the bus stop that afternoon and would keep him overnight and take him to school in the morning, which Watts described as not uncommon. He later picked up the boy at the bus stop and took him to his house for the evening. Watts said he texted Brown at approximately 8:30 p.m. that night and never received a response from her. Watts told police he again texted Brown in the morning on January 4th and again received no response. At approximately 4 p.m. on January 4th, Watts went to the bus stop near Brown's residence to make sure that she was there to get NM off the bus. Watts explained Brown was not there to get NM, which was highly unusual. He was able to get NM from the bus, and he immediately went to her residence, but no one answered. Limerick Township Police Officer Stephen Maurer arrived on scene to assist. While there, Officer Maurer spoke with Brian Bathy. Bathy is the backside neighbor of Brown, and although living with his wife, admitted he had an ongoing, look at this, sexual relationship with Jennifer Brown. And although living with his wife, admitted he has an ongoing sexual relationship with Jennifer Brown. Bathy told Officer Maurer his last communication with Brown was on New Year's Eve. Bathy explained he had planned to hang out with Brown on New Year's Eve, but found out that she was going to Watts' house instead. Officer Crawford, who was now concerned for the safety of Jennifer Brown, was able to enter her residence through an unlocked kitchen window. Officer Crawford observed no signs of a struggle inside of the residence. Officer Crawford also noticed the keys to Brown's Toyota RAV4 were inside the residence. As a result of this information, Limerick Township Police contacted AT&T Wireless, the provider of service for Brown's cellular phone number 804-349-2871, and requested they initiate pings GPS locations for the phone. The last location was at 7 a.m. on January 4th, 2023, with 400 meters of Lewis Road and Ridge Pike in Limerick Township. On Thursday, January 5th, 2023, at approximately 8:45 a.m., Limerick Township Police Detective Sergeant Paul Marchese and Detective David Bartok returned to 1408 Stratford Court to check around the exterior of the complex. While they were there, they encountered Brown's aunt Diane Brem, Blair Watts, and Brown's friend Tiffany Barron. They all had returned to Brown's apartment to search for clues in her disappearance. Brem had the keys to Brown's residence, and she went inside with the Detective Sergeant Marchese and Detective Bartok. Once inside, Detective Sergeant Marchese located the following items: 2 cell phones, a tablet, and Brown's purse. Brem identified one of the phones as Brown's work phone, and the second one as Jennifer's son's, NM, that he occasionally used. Brown's personal cellular phone with corresponding cellular phone number 804-349-2871 was not located. Brown's personal cell phone is described as a Samsung Galaxy Model A52 Android phone. Inside of Brown's purse was her Citadel Bank debit card, Wells Fargo credit card, and a checkbook. Brown's Pennsylvania driver's license was later located in her unlocked Toyota RAV4. Detectives analyzed the contents of Jennifer Brown's tablet. In doing so, detectives found 2 financial transactions made by Jennifer Brown which occurred around the time of her disappearance. Both transactions occurred on January 3rd, 2023. The first at 4:23 p.m. when Brown had utilized an application on her cell phone named Cash App to conduct this transaction, where she sent username Birdie's Kitchen $9,000. It will be explained later within this affidavit of probable cause the individual with the username Birdie's Kitchen is in fact Blair Watts. It should be noted that prior to this Cash App transaction, the two-step authentication security feature for Brown's Cash App account was switched from on to off. The second transaction occurred at 4:35 p.m. Brown had a Zelle transaction where she sent Birdie's $8,000 with the description 50-50. Both transactions were from Brown's Wells Fargo account. On Thursday, January 5th, Limerick Township Police Department requested assistance from the Montgomery County Detective Bureau. At this point, a joint investigation was launched into the disappearance and subsequent murder of Jennifer Brown. During the course of this investigation, the following law enforcement agencies assisted with this investigation: the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Philadelphia Police Department, Royersford Borough Police Department, Phoenixville Police Department, and East Vincent Township Police Department. Search of Jennifer Brown's home. On Thursday, January 5th, members of the Limerick Township Police Department and Montgomery County Detective Bureau received consent from Diane Perem to search Jennifer Brown's home. Montgomery County Lieutenant Detective Edward Scheichel and Detective Terrence Lewis examined the interior of 1408 Stratford Court for any forensic evidence relating to Brown's disappearance. During the search, detectives collected several items which may contain Brown's DNA in electronic devices. Additionally, Lieutenant Detective Scheichel discovered several black and white marble-patterned plastic pieces within the carpet in the living room area of Jennifer's home. These plastic pieces were not readily apparent looking at the carpet. They were embedded with high pile of the carpet, and the pieces were interspersed throughout the carpet. Some pieces were L-shaped, and a larger piece was flat. Detective Scheichel ran his hands through the carpet to discover the pieces, and they were collected and submitted into evidence. At the time, detectives could not find the source of the broken pieces of plastic. However, the origin of the plastic pieces would ultimately be discovered and will be explained later within this affidavit of probable cause. Through their investigations, detectives learned that Brown was a doting mother to her autistic son and would never leave him unattended. In fact, she has been described as a helicopter mother. This fact, along with the facts detailed later in this affidavit of probable cause, led detectives at this point to believe that Brown was in grave danger of having been kidnapped or worse, murdered. On January 6, 2023, Montgomery County Detective John Wittenberger and Limerick Township Police Detective Christopher Iochum interviewed Blair Anthony Watts at the Limerick Township Police Department. Watts described himself as a close personal friend as well as her business partner, so Jennifer Brown. Watts was the 911 caller regarding Jennifer's disappearance on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. Watts stated he was with Jennifer at her residence on Tuesday, January 3rd, sometime between 1 and 3 p.m. Watts explained he and Jennifer had a business relationship with his restaurant named Birdie's Kitchen. Watts stated Jennifer would send him money every 6 weeks or so via Zelle, Cash App, or a cashier's check. And she had invested $35,000 to $36,000 in their business. Watts added Jennifer had owed $9,000 to $10,000. She had owed $9,000 to $10,000 to fulfill her obligation. Watts stated he and Jennifer were smoking marijuana and Jennifer was airing grievances. Watts stated Jennifer was feeling stressed over taking care of a sick relative and other work-related stressors. Watts stated he agreed to take Jennifer's son, NM, the evening of Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023, for an overnight sleepover at his home. Watts said he departed Jennifer's residence and did not see Jennifer nor talk to her again. Watts stated later in the afternoon, he picked up Jennifer's son at the bus stop, got a pizza, and drove NM to his residence located at 607 Hunsberger Drive, Royersford, Limerick Township. Watts claimed he left Jennifer's son with his wife, Tyra Taylor, and their children, while he drove his wife's Jeep Renegade to his girlfriend's residence located in Stowe. Watts stated his girlfriend's name is Tatiana, and he provided a timeline for the remainder of the evening. What are these people, all swingers? Watts stated Tatiana drove the two of them to Chili's restaurant, and they were at the restaurant from 8 until 11 p.m. Watts said he received a text message from Jennifer Brown on the evening at 7:12 that read, "Call me, I'm bored, no Brian." Watts stated he did not reply to the message, nor did he try calling her back. Well, this changes from his first story, right? After they left Chili's, Watts and Tatiana went directly back to Tatiana's residence until he left her residence at 5 a.m. the next morning. After leaving Tatiana's residence at 5 a.m. on January 4th, 2023, Watts said he went directly to his residence and got the kids ready for school. Watts stated he took NM and dropped him off at the bus stop but did not attempt to stop and visit with Brown at the time. At the time of this interview, Watts provided his two cellular phone numbers as 484-363-3443 and 484-378-6168. The number ending in 6168 belongs to Google Pixel 4 Android cellular telephone, and the number ending 3443 belongs to an Apple iPhone. Watts consented to a download of both of these cellular phones. The cellular download of these phones confirmed their respective phone numbers to be 484-363-3443 and 484-378-6168. Additionally, Detective Wittenberger communicated with Watts numerous times on Watts' cellular phone number 484-363-3443. On January 6, 2023, Philadelphia police officer Brian Corporal and his K-9 partner Patton assisted in this investigation. Patton is a trained and certified cadaver dog used for forensic detection, specifically trained to find human remains. At approximately 6:50 p.m., Officer Corporal and his K-9 partner Patton searched the inside of Brown's residence located at 1408 Stratford Court. During the search, Patton indicated in the kitchen area of the residence, signaling to investigators that a cadaver, human remains, and or human biological material had previously been in that location. Patton also searched the exterior of 1408 Stratford Court, and during his search indicated in the area of a covered structure which housed two waste management trash dumpsters. This covered structure is located approximately 20 yards from the front door of Brown's residence. Again, this signaled to investigators that a cadaver or human remains and or human biological material had previously been in this location. On interview with Tyra Taylor. On Saturday, January 7, 2023, Detective Wittenberger and Limerick Township Detective Sergeant Marchese interviewed Tyra Taylor, the wife of Blair Watts. Taylor stated when she arrived home from work on Tuesday, January 3rd at approximately 4:30 p.m. and no one was present at the residence at 607 Hunsberger Drive. Taylor stated she picked up her children at school and then her daughter at daycare and returned home at approximately 4:30 p.m. Taylor said that no one was home when she arrived home with the kids. Taylor told detectives that at approximately 5 p.m. she realized NM was there because her children said, "NM is here." Taylor also stated that she did not know NM was coming to her residence that day. Soon after that, Watts departed the residence. Taylor stated she was scheduled for her part-time employment beginning at 10 p.m. on January 3rd, overnight until 6 a.m. Taylor did not believe her husband arrived home before she departed around 9:20 p.m., but received text messages from him indicating he would be home soon. So she left the kids alone. Additionally, Taylor stated She had her Jeep Renegade with her at all times on Tuesday, January 3rd into Wednesday, January 4th, 2020. Taylor's statement concerning her use of the Jeep Renegade contradicts with Watts' statement that he used the Jeep to travel to visit his girlfriend in Stowe. Taylor also stated her husband took NM to school on Wednesday morning, January 4th, but did not know how he transported NM because she had possession of their Jeep, the only vehicle the family had to take her children to school. Taylor did not know of any other vehicle her husband possessed or operated. A check with the Pennsylvania Bureau of Motor Vehicles for Taylor's gray-colored Jeep Renegade revealed the following information. 2018 Jeep Renegade, blah, 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 blah. Interview with BA. On January 7, 2023, Montgomery County Lieutenant Detective Todd Richard was contacted by BA, an elementary emotional support teacher at the Upper Providence Elementary School. BA teaches NM and is very familiar with Brown and NM. BA told Lieutenant Richard several things happened the day that Brown went missing, and he felt he needed to report these things to the police. BA explained that on Wednesday, January 4th, NM had been put on his school bus by Blair Watts, who NM refers to as Mr. Blair. BA stated this in and of itself is not unusual, but it was unusual that NM had not been given his medication on this day, making his behavior unruly. BA noted NM came dressed in clothing that belonged to one of Blair's children. BA further explained that it was highly unusual that Brown had not contacted him via email to let him know that someone else would be bringing NM to school, because any change in his daily routine can have an effect on his behavior. BA also said NM, aside from not taking his medication, was not acting normally this day. BA explained he was upset that he had not seen his mother, and at one point of the day he said, "My mommy went to the grocery store last night and never came home." BA said he called and emailed Brown several times throughout the day and received no response, which he also described as highly unusual. Mission Kids interview of NM. On January 7th, NM was interviewed at Mission Kids. During the interview, NM stated on the morning of Tuesday, January 3rd, his mother escorted him to the bus as usual. When he arrived home, a man whom he knows as Mr. Blair was at the bus stop to pick him up. Mr. Blair told NM his mother was at the store, and NM was going to stay at his house. Mr. Blair drove NM to his house and went inside to retrieve NM's iPad. When NM waited in the car while driving to Mr. Blair's house, NM discovered that Mr. Blair had Brown's phone. NM stated his mother has two cell phones. One is an iPhone in a pink case, which she uses for work, and the other she uses for personal use. NM described the second phone as having a black case, with his second grade photograph set as her background screen. NM explained it was his mother's personal use phone that Mr. Blair had. Mr. Blair dropped NM off at Mr. Blair's home while he told NM he was going back to his mom's house to switch phones, as Mr. Blair stated he must have grabbed the wrong phone. NM told the interviewer Mr. Blair came back home to his residence but later left. NM stated the next time he saw Mr. Blair was the following morning when he got up for school. NM stated he did not have any clothes or his medication with him, which resulted in him having a really bad day at school. Interview with Tatiana Garrett. On January 7, 2023 at 4:15 p.m., Montgomery County Detectives Minzola and Queso interviewed Tatiana Garrett, the girlfriend of Blair Watts. Garrett told detectives she and Watts have been having a romantic relationship for the past 8 months. Garrett said on the morning of January 3rd, Watts came to her residence located on J Street in Stowe at approximately 7 a.m. Watts stayed with Garrett until she left for work at approximately 1:45 p.m. for her afternoon duties as a school bus driver. Garrett said that she and Watts had made plans for Watts to come back to her residence later in the evening, where he would make her dinner. On January 3rd at approximately 5:08, Garrett spoke to Watts on his cell phone. Watts told Garrett he had Jennifer Brown's son, NM, with him in the car. Garrett heard NM in the car and became angry because she and Watts had plans to spend the night alone, and Watts had never mentioned to her that he would have NM with him. Garrett asked Watts why he had NM, and Watts told her Brown had called him saying she needed a break. Garrett again said she was upset, but Watts told him that his wife, Tyra Taylor, would watch NM because she was home with the other kids. On January 3rd at approximately 7:30 p.m., Watts arrived at Garrett's residence. Garrett said Watts was operating a red Jeep Cherokee, which she had known Watts to drive on occasion. Garrett said she knows the Jeep has bad tags, so Watts drives the car sporadically. Garrett said the two left the residence and went to a Chili's restaurant. Garrett said, I thought he was cooking for her. Garrett said they left Chili's restaurant at approximately 9:15 p.m. because Watts's meal, fish, was undercooked and it soured the evening. Wow, okay. She explained Watts sent her money to pay for the meal from his Cash App account. Detective Queso viewed this transaction on Garrett's phone and saw that Watts's Cash App username, Birdie's Kitchen, it was. Garrett said the two went directly back to her residence. Garrett explained at approximately 10:30 p.m. Watts left her residence unexpectedly to go to the Wawa to get food because he was hungry. Garrett said Watts was gone for approximately 25 minutes but never returned with any food. Furthermore, Garrett said she spoke to Watts for a large portion of the time he was gone, but at no time did she hear him eating. Garrett said Watts returned to her residence and the two spent the night together until he left with her on the morning of January 4th. Detectives asked Garrett how Watts was acting this evening. Garrett explained Watts was not feeling well and complained of chest pains. Garrett further explained several days earlier, Watts told her he lost the lease on the building for his new restaurant, which Watts and Brown were in the process of opening. The loss of the lease caused a significant cash loss, $20,000 to Watts and Brown. Garrett said Watts told her the landlord had revoked the lease because he had found out about an arrest for terroristic threats that Watts had in the past. Detectives asked Garrett if Watts knew detectives wanted to speak with her. Garrett said she was with Watts when Detective Queso called her, as she was just dropping him off at Taylor's mother's home, located on Park Springs Boulevard in Spring City. Detectives asked if Watts said anything to her after detectives requested to speak with her, and she replied yes. He, Watts, said not to mention that he drives the red Jeep Cherokee. She was dropping him off at Taylor's mother's house. Okay. On January 7th, 2023, Montgomery County Detective Wittenberger spoke to the United States Park Ranger Daniel McGann regarding Tyra Taylor's vehicle, a Jeep Renegade, breaking down in Valley Forge National Park. Uh-oh. And National Park, I tell you, they're bad news. Detectives learned from Blair Watts on the morning of January 6th that Taylor broke down in the Valley Forge National Park, and Watts arrived in a separate vehicle to assist her with the breakdown. Ranger McGann provided the following information of the vehicle operated by Watts, a red-maroon Jeep Grand Cherokee bearing Pennsylvania registration HVG 8616. Ranger McGann estimated the Jeep Cherokee to be a 2006 to 2011. Ranger McGann researched the registration, which revealed no registered owner. Ranger McGann said Watts stated he was in the process of purchasing the Jeep Cherokee. Ranger McGann provided the below still image from his body cam video. When detectives learned of inconsistencies Watts had told detectives in his initial interview, they began attempting to locate the red Jeep Cherokee he was driving the night Brown disappeared. Tatiana Garrett had told detectives Watts sometimes parks this Jeep Cherokee near his mother-in-law's residence on Park Springs Boulevard in Spring City. On January 7, 2023 at 5:48 p.m., Montgomery County Detective Heather Long and Detective Sergeant Marchese located the red Jeep Cherokee bearing Pennsylvania registration HVG 8616. The vehicle was backed into a parking space in the 800 block of Park Springs Boulevard, Spring City, East Vincent Township, Chester County. Detective Long and Detective Sergeant Marchese contacted the East Vincent Police Department, who responded with a marked patrol vehicle to sit with the vehicle. While detectives were with his vehicle, Blair Watts arrived at that location, being driven by a female friend. Watts never asked why detectives were looking at his red Jeep Cherokee, but did tell Detective Long he wanted to go to Limerick Police Department to speak with Detective Wittenberger. However, he didn't have a ride. Detective Long offered to give Watts a ride to Limerick Police Department, and he readily accepted. Second interview with Blair Watts. On Saturday, January 7th, 2023 at approximately 9 p.m., Detective Long and Detective Sergeant Marchese arrived at the Limerick Police Department with Watts. Detectives Wittenberger and Minzola interviewed Blair Watts. Watts provided additional information which he did not provide in his initial interview on January 6th, just the day before. Watts stated he did indeed go back to Jennifer Brown's residence on January 3rd, 2023, after picking up NM from the bus stop in order to retrieve NM's tablet. After being confronted with information learned from NM's child advocacy interview, Watts admitted he possessed Jennifer Brown's personal cellular telephone. Watts stated when he picked up NM, he mistakenly took possession of Brown's phone instead of his phone when he departed Brown's residence. Watts explained he didn't notice it was the wrong phone because he has an Apple iWatch which is synced with his phone, so he can read and send messages and answer phone calls using his iWatch. Watts stated after he realized he possessed Jennifer's phone, he returned the phone and retrieved his own from Jennifer's residence when he did not see Jennifer when he entered the residence, stating Jennifer was upstairs. Watts further stated he never left Jennifer Brown's complex while possessing her cell phone. In addition, Watts could not recall if he left Jennifer's house after their conversation and went home, or if he stayed there until it was time to pick up NM from his afternoon bus drop-off. Scheduled time 4:19 p.m. Watts explained he could not remember because he was high. Watts stated he texted his wife, Tyara Taylor, during the evening hours of January 3rd. Watts said he lied to his wife, telling her he would be home shortly. This is the time frame when Tyara Taylor had left her home to work her overnight shift and was not due back to her home until the morning of January 4th. Watts admitted instead of going home where his 9-year-old, 7-year-old, and 3-year-old, along with the 8-year-old NM were, he spent the night at his girlfriend's, Tatiana Garrett's house, thus leaving the children unattended overnight in his home. Great. Good job, parents. During this interview, Watts admitted that he had learned on December 26, 2022, that the verbal agreement he had to lease the restaurant at 440 Schuylkill Road, Phoenixville, had been dissolved. Watts stated that he first informed Brown of this on December 31st, 2022, and they discussed it again on January 3rd, 2023. During Watts' interview on January 6, 2023, Watts stated that he drove his wife's Jeeps to his girlfriend's residence in Stowe the evening of January 3rd, 2023. Okay, let's see here. And now stated he possessed and operated a red-colored Jeep Cherokee and not his wife's Jeep Renegade. Watts provided written consent for detectives to tow his Jeep Cherokee to a secure facility and for detectives to search the vehicle. Search of Watts's Jeep Cherokee. Watts' red Jeep Cherokee bearing Pennsylvania registration HVG 8616 was towed to a secure location in Montgomery County. On January 8, 2022, Philadelphia police officer Corporal and his canine partner Patton returned to assist in this investigation. I know what's coming, do you? I know. Canine Patton searched the inside of Watts' red Jeep Cherokee and indicated in the back seat area of the Jeep Cherokee, signaling to investigators that a cadaver, human remains, and/or human biological material had previously been in that location. Yeah, I knew that. Okay. On Sunday, interview with Diane Brem. Now, this is Diane's aunt. On Sunday, January 8th, 2023, Detective Minzola interviewed Diane Brem, Brown's aunt. Diane explained she was first alerted of Jennifer Brown's disappearance after she got a call from her sister, Anita Polito, Brown's mother, on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023, at about 4:10 p.m. Anita told Diane she received a call from NM's school advising NM did not have his medication that morning and was causing him to have behavior issues. The school had unsuccessfully attempted to contact Brown. So they called Anita because she is listed as an emergency contact for NM. In turn, Anita also unsuccessfully attempted to contact Brown. Anita lives almost 2 hours away in New Jersey. So Anita told Diane she decided to try to contact someone who lives close to Jennifer. Anita ultimately spoke with Blair Watts on the phone. Diane then left her home in New Jersey and traveled to Brown's home. When Diane arrived at Brown's home, members of Limerick Township Police Department and Watts were there. Diane stated she had a conversation with Watts and asked him when he last saw Jennifer. Watts told Brem he was at Brown's home between 2 and 3 on January 3rd. Watts offered to pick up NM at the bus stop and take him to his home. Watts told Diane he expected Brown would come by his house later that evening and pick up NM, but she never showed up. Blair also explained he did not have NM's medication or a change of clothes. Brem also told Detective Minzola that she knew Watts had a spare set of keys to Brown's home. Watts confirmed he did, but he did not have them with him. Watts offered Brem to follow him to his residence so he could retrieve Brown's spare set of keys from inside and give them to her. On their arrival at the Watts home, he went inside and got Brown's set of keys and gave them to Brem. On this set of keys were keys belonging to the front door of Brown's residence, a key fob key for Brown's Toyota RAV4, a remote engine starter, and 2 customer rewards cards for Wawa and the Giant Food Market. Interview with Anita Polito. On Sunday, January 8th at 11:37 p.m., Detective Minzola interviewed Anita Polito, the mother of Jennifer Brown. Anita advised on Wednesday, January 4th at about 11 a.m. she received a phone call from NM's teacher, B.A. B.A. informed Anita that NM's behavior was a little out of control. NM stated he did not have his medication to take because he slept over at Mr. Blair's house the night before, and he also did not have a change of clothes. Anita said she called Jennifer's cell phone all day, but all the calls went straight to her voicemail. Anita knew about a man named Blair and a business venture he and Jennifer were embarking on. Anita explained she researched Blair's restaurant named Birdie's Kitchen and found a number, 484-363-3443. Anita called the phone number and Watts answered. Anita advised Watts of NM's behavior issues at school and the inability of both the school and Anita to reach Jennifer by phone. Watts mentioned he had also been trying to call Jennifer without success. Watts told Anita he took NM to the bus that morning, January 4th. Watts also advised Anita that he and Jennifer were together the day before, Tuesday, January 3rd, and Jennifer was complaining of the stress in her life. Watts told Anita that he offered to take NM and pick him up from the bus stop. Watts added he had expected Jennifer to pick NM up at his house, but he never heard or saw Jennifer again. Watts said that NM's visit to Watts' house was not a planned sleepover because NM's medication nor a change of clothes were sent along with him. Second interview with Tatiana Garrett. On January 9, 2023, Detectives Caso and Wittenberger interviewed Tatiana Garrett again. During this interview, detectives learned of a third cell phone used by Watts that he had never told detectives about. Garrett identified this number as 484-447-9346. Garrett explained she had communicated with him on this cell number in the past and that she recently had seen Watts in possession of 3 cell phones. On January 9, 2023, Detective Minzola prepared an application for a search warrant Exhibit A, sealing request order, and affidavit of probable cause seeking the court's authorization to obtain T-Mobile cellular telephone records associated with Watts' 3 cellular telephone numbers. Montgomery County Assistant District Attorney Lindsay Mills presented the above court documents to the Honorable Virgil B. Walker, Judge, Montgomery County Court of Common Pleas. After review, Judge Walker found sufficient probable cause existed and signed the search warrant. The search warrant was then served on T-Mobile. Cellular telephone record analysis. On January 9, 2023, Detective Long, an expert in historical call data record analysis, examined this call data records for Jennifer Brown's personal cell phone with cellular phone number blah blah blah. On January 3rd, 2023, after 2:34 p.m., the only outgoing communication on Brown's cellular phone were to Blair Watts. There was no outgoing communication to any other person. On January 11th, Detective Mark Minzola, an expert in historical call detail record analysis, reviewed the Google location data, call detail records, and ranging data associated with Jennifer Brown's cell phone for January 3, 2023. From this examination, Detective Minzola determined Brown's cell phone left her residence at 4:22 p.m. on January 3, 2023. At 4:23 p.m., Brown's phone was traveling consistent with a vehicle leaving the Montgomery Brook development where Brown's residence is located. At 4:23 p.m., Brown's cell phone used Cash App and sent Watts $9,000. Cash App is a mobile payment service that allows users to electronically transfer money to one another's mobile devices using this application. At 4:24 p.m., Brown's and Watts' cellular phones appear to have been traveling together. Handset location and Google data placed all 3 devices together at the Country Club Road exit to Montgomery Brook community. At 4:26 p.m., Brown's phone traveled to the 400 block of North Lewis Road. Detectives were able to obtain video surveillance from a business located at 400 block of North Lewis Road on January 3, 2023 at 4:26 p.m., which coincides with the time Brown and Watts' cell phones were in the same area. This business surveillance footage captured a red Jeep Cherokee turning around and began to travel south on North Lewis Road towards the direction of Brown's home. Watts' handset data from his 2 cellular phones are consistent with what is seen on the video surveillance. Brown's Google data placed her cell telephone at the exact same road at the exact same time and the red Jeep Cherokee is observed. This leads Detective Minzola to believe Watts was in possession of Brown's personal cell telephone device. Of course, yes. At 4:27 p.m., Brown's Google data and Watts' handset data puts their cellular phones in the area consistent with the Country Club Road entrance to Montgomery Brook community. At 4:28 p.m., Brown's phone returned to the area of her residence. At 4:32 p.m., her cell phone is at her residence and remained there through the following morning, which we'll explain later. From 4:29 to 4:42, Watts' handset data puts his cell telephone in an area consistent with Brown's residence. At 4:35 p.m., Brown's cell phone sends a transfer of $8,000 to Watts utilizing an application named Zelle. Zelle is another mobile device application which allows users to electronically transfer money to one another's devices. At 4:35 p.m., Brown's cell phone sent a message to Watts stating, "Now we are 50-50. I can't wait." At 4:42 p.m., Watts replied, "Saving the day in the business. I haven't even gotten to the corner of the block yet." At 4:42 p.m., Watts' handset data placed his cellular phone location consistent with leaving Brown's development. In addition to the fact that Watts initially failed to tell detectives he was driving a red Jeep Cherokee on January 3rd, coupled with the fact initially Watts didn't tell detectives he left Brown's residence with her or her cell phone on January 3rd, detectives believe that Watts was in possession of Brown's cellular phone during this period of time. We also believe Watts, in fact, made the two electronic transactions from Brown's cell phone, Cash App and Zelle accounts to himself. Oh, yeah. The handset data received regarding Watts' cellular phones also showed his cellular phone traveling with Brown's cellular phone during the time period he advised he accidentally switched cellular phones. On January 3rd, 2023, at 6:32:23 p.m., Watts' cell phone number called Brown's cell phone, but this call was not answered. At 6:35, Watts' cellular phone leaves the area of his residence and begins to travel. At 6:39:22, Watts' cell phone number with the number, that number, blah, blah, registered timing advanced data, which utilized a cell tower and sector that faces in a southeast direction. The direction of this tower is in the same direction as Jennifer Brown's residence. Between 6:33 and 7:12, there is neither any incoming nor outgoing communications, except the incoming text message and phone call. No location information from Brown. From 11:55 a.m. to 6:31 a.m., there's no communications on 484376168. From 6:39 p.m. to 6:55 on Watts' cell phone, and 6:36 to 7:14 on Watts' cell phone, there is no activity on his cell phones. At 6:48:02, there's an outgoing phone call from Brown's cell phone to Watts' cell phone. The duration of this call was 4 seconds. Watts' call detail records show no location information for this phone call, and above call was routed to voicemail, which would be consistent with his cell phone not being connected to the network at that time. At 6:48:43, there's an outgoing text message from Brown's cell phone to Watts' cell phone. Watts' call detail records show the network received the text message at 6:48:44. In review of Watts' cellular phone download, the handset did not receive this message until 7:12:08, which would be consistent with his cellular phone connecting back to the network at the time. This message reads, "No, Brian, I'm bored." So he's doing all this himself. 7:12:41. Watts replied to the message. 3 L's. From 6:55 to 6:57, Watts' ranging data is consistent with his cell phone with number 48437866168 being in the area of Brown's residence. At 7:10, Watts' cell phone is moving away from Brown's residence along Route 422 on North Lewis Road. Watts' cell phone continues to travel west on a road consistent with Route 422 to Tatiana Garrett's residence in Stowe. At 7:25, Watts' cell phone is in an area consistent with Garrett's residence. The above information supports the conclusion that during this crucial time Watts was at Brown's residence, his primary cell phone was not connected to the network, and his secondary cell phone also had a lapse in connection to the network, really. Furthermore, based on the cell phone records, we cannot eliminate the possibility that Watts returned to Brown's residence and controlled her cell phone to conduct the above described phone call and text message. Yep. Detective Minzola also reviewed Google location data, call detail records, and ranging data associated with both Jennifer Brown's cell phone and Blair Watts' cell phones for the time period during the early morning hours of January 4th. Detective Minzola determined that Watts' cell phones were in fact in the general vicinity of Brown's home and not at his home, as he told detectives in his interview, beginning at approximately 6:37 a.m. Furthermore, based upon Detective Minzola's analysis, Watts' cell telephone and Brown's cell telephones began to travel in tandem out of Brown's townhome complex. The next registered activity for both Watts and Brown's cell phone occurred 6:57 and 7 a.m. respectively. Now both Watts and Blair's cellular phones were in the general vicinity of North Lewis Road and West Ridge Pike, in the area behind a Wawa store. As stated earlier, at 7 a.m., Brown's cell phone never registered any further activity on her provider network again. Yeah, her phone's behind the Wawa store, right? Lastly, detectives obtained surveillance footage from businesses located in the immediate area of Wawa and found at 6:58 a.m. January 4, 2023, a red-colored vehicle consistent with a Jeep Cherokee is observed traveling north on North Lewis Road and made a left turn into a business complex located behind the Wawa. The red-colored Jeep Cherokee is observed at the very same time Watts' cellular telephone ranging data places it in the very same location. Isn't that a quinky dinky? The surveillance footage of the Jeep Cherokee and Watts' and Brown's cell phone records suggests their phones traveled together from Brown's home to an area near the Wawa, located at the corner of North Lewis Road and West Ridge Pike, Limerick Township at the same time. Court order non-consensual intercepts. On Friday, January 13th, Montgomery County District Attorney Kevin R. Steele, Assistant District Attorney Lindsay Mills, Detectives Minzola and Fadak appeared before the Honorable Megan McCarthy King, Judge, Superior Court of Pennsylvania, for the approval of a non-consensual intercept wiretap on cellular telephone numbers on 484. These are, Watts's, both of which were being utilized by Blair Watts. Judge McCarthy King found thus that based on the facts set forth in the affidavit of probable cause, there was sufficient evidence to support the need for the interception of wire, electronic, and oral communication on both cellular telephones. Judge McCarthy King issued sealed court order for the interception of wire, electronic, and oral communication of cellular telephone numbers and sealed the court order for the inception of the wire, electronic, and oral communications of cellular telephones, which both belong to Blair Watts. On January 14th, law enforcement authorities began intercepting wire, electronic, and oral communication from Watts' cell telephones. As a result of this court order, the following conversations were intercepted and recorded. January 16th at 11:53 a.m., Watts received a phone call from a female friend, Katie. Katie had just been interviewed by detectives, and she called Watts immediately after that interview. In this call, Watts told Katie that Brown had sent him money the day before she went missing, and it takes 3 days for the money to get into his account. So the detectives think that she sent him money the day she disappeared. On January 16th at 2:02 p.m., Watts spoke again with Katie. Watts tells Katie that he has an alibi and he is hiring a private investigator to help him prove his alibi. On January 17th at 3:14 p.m., Watts received a phone call from a male friend, UF. Watts told UF that he has an alibi that detectives are trying to rip apart, and he even went out to dinner where there were cameras and he had his phone locations on. On January 17th, 2023 at 10:16 a.m., Watts received a call from a female friend, SM. Detectives know SM resides in Philadelphia. Watts told SM that she is part of his alibi and repeatedly reminded her that he drove down near Allegheny to see her on Wednesday, the Wednesday Brown went missing. On Wednesday, January 18th, at 11:02 a.m., Royersford Borough Police Officer Robert Soders was dispatched for the report of something suspicious at AMT Pump Company warehouse located at 201 North 5th Avenue, Royersford Borough, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. On arrival, Officer Soders met with two employees who explained a recent discovery of a freshly dug hole located very close to the building, and they believe it may contain a body. Other Royersford police officers arrived and determined the freshly dug hole had in fact contained what they believed to be human remains. Members of Limerick Township Police Department, Montgomery County Bureau, and Montgomery County Coroner's Office also responded to the scene. The Montgomery County Detective Bureau's Forensic Services Unit began their evidence collection and recovery efforts. The human remains were located in a shallow grave located close to the rear of the business, and several wooden pallets were placed on top. After removing the dirt, the body of a deceased white female was recovered and was positively identified as being Jennifer Brown. Jennifer was only clothed in dark clothing, long-sleeved t-shirt, and a pair of blue jeans. She did not have socks nor any footwear on her feet. In addition, after Jennifer's deceased body was removed from the shallow grave, a broken hair clip, a single white-colored Apple AirPod earbud, and her eyeglasses were found and collected. The broken hair clip and AirPod earbud were located towards Jennifer's lower extremities, and her eyeglasses were in another location towards her upper torso. All of these items were found underneath Jennifer's body. After Montgomery County Detective Lieutenant Edward Scheichel observed Jennifer's broken hair clip, it immediately was apparent to him the hair clip recovered in her shallow grave is consistent with the broken plastic pieces that were found embedded in the carpet of Jennifer's first floor family room during the police search of Jennifer's home on January 5th. That's what the broken pieces were. They were from her hair clip. She had one of those ones, it was like a hair comb where it has the tension and you squeeze it together. Well, yeah. Members of the Montgomery County Coroner's Office transported Brown to their office, and an autopsy was scheduled for the following day, January 19th. Autopsy. On January 19th, at 8:20, Dr. Ian Hood, a forensic pathologist, performed the autopsy on the body of Jennifer Brown. After concluding his examination, Dr. Hood noted Brown had 3 broken ribs with an accompanying and appropriate location trauma of the breaks. In addition, Brown had bite marks to her tongue. At this time, Dr. Hood left the cause and manner of death undetermined, pending a toxicology report. Broken hair clip. On January 23rd, 2023, Montgomery County Detective Daniel Cha conducted a forensic examination of the broken hair clip found on Jennifer Brown. When her body was recovered, Detective Cha compared the broken plastic pieces by Lieutenant Detective Edward Scheichel inside of Brown's home with the broken hair clip recovered with her body. This forensic analysis showed that these fractures and marble pattern are consistent with the pieces recovered from inside of Brown's apartment and are consistent with having been broken off of the hair clip found on Jennifer Brown at the time her body was recovered. The broken hair clip leads detectives to believe it is likely a struggle that occurred inside of Brown's home that led to her death and disappearance. The fact Jennifer was not wearing any socks or footwear when she was recovered further supports this belief. Cause and manner of death. On Thursday, January 26, 2023, Dr. Ian Hood reviewed the toxicology results for Jennifer Brown, and after this review, Dr. Hood opined the cause of death was homicide by unspecific means, and the manner of death was homicide. Birdie's Kitchen Business Agreement. Detectives have also learned on August 28, 2022, Jennifer Brown entered into a business partnership with Blair Watts to invest money with Watts' restaurant named Birdie's Kitchen. On the above date, Watts and Brown signed a business partnership agreement which details Brown's payments. According to this document, Brown would be contributing $14,000 to the initial business that is currently worth 10 times the current investment, $7,000 at the contract signing, and remainder within 30 days. Repayment will consist of $270 for 52 weeks prior to the opening or reopening of the establishment. According to Watts' statement he made to detectives, Brown had invested $35,000 to $36,000 in Birdie's Kitchen. If this is accurate, this amount of money would be significantly more than the amount of $14,000 their signed partnership agreement had outlined. Interview with Walter Zaremba, Birdie's Kitchen. On Monday, January 9th, 2023, Montgomery County detectives Queso and Wittenberger interviewed brothers Walter Zaremba and Charles Zaremba, who co-owned the commercial building located at 440 Skykill Road, Phoenixville. Walter told detectives he first met Blair in August 2022 when Watts inquired about renting their property. Watts' intention was to relocate his restaurant, Birdie's Kitchen, to their property. Walter said he nor his brother ever agreed on terms of a lease other than an approximation of what they would charge once the building was ready for a tenant. Walter and Watts never signed a lease. They never gave him nor Charles money, and that Watts never had a key for the property. Walter said they allowed Watts to put up a banner as well as store 2 refrigerators inside the building. Walter said Watts took it upon himself to place several pieces of kitchen equipment behind the restaurant in the grass. In addition, Walter said Watts had done no work to the interior or exterior of the building. Watts said on December 28, 2022 at 4:12 p.m. he sent a message to Watts dissolving their relationship after learning of new criminal charges against Watts, Phoenixville Police Department. Additionally, the brothers continued to find mail in Watts' name being sent to their property. The two agreed to speak in person with Watts on December 29, 2022 at 11 a.m., but Watts failed to show up. Watts later sent Walter a text message threatening to sue him and his brother. Walter responded asking Watts to remove his sign from the business. Walter said on January 4th, 2023 at 12:38 a.m. he received a text message from Watts asking to resolve their problems. Walter said on January 4th, 2023, Watts showed up at the property unannounced, now saying he had money to put down on a lease. In an effort to get Watts to leave their property without an issue, Walter told Watts they could talk about it later. On January 12, 2023, Montgomery County Detective Terrence Lewis went to Walter Zaremba and Charles Zaremba. Detective Lewis found the inside of this restaurant to be in a complete shambles and disarray. There was old furniture in a cluttered area with old restaurant equipment scattered throughout. The only clean and presentable area in the restaurant was the kitchen, because the Zarembas were currently performing work there. Detectives believe, based upon the above facts and circumstances, there was no possibility Birdie's Kitchen was going to open for business at the end of January due to Watts and Zaremba brothers having no agreement and the current state of the inside of the restaurant. Cellular telephone analysis, Watts' cellular telephone. An examination of Blair Watts' cellular telephone records revealed in the early morning hours of January 5th, Watts' cell phone was in the area of Pottstown Hospital in Pottstown, where Watts was receiving medical treatment. Both of Watts' cell phones left the area of Pottstown at approximately 2:35 a.m. and traveled in a southern location to the vicinity of Royersford. More specifically, the handset location data for the phone number showed Watts' cell phone in the northeast section of Royersford from 2:44 a.m. to 2:59 a.m. The handset location showed Watts' cell phone locations were mere blocks from where Jennifer Brown's dead body was subsequently discovered. At 3:09 a.m., the cell phone had returned to Watts' residence. During the period of 2:44 to 2:59 a.m., Watts' cell phone number did not have any activity, meaning no incoming or outgoing calls or text messages. It should be noted Watts' cell phone with the other number had no activity after 2:48 a.m. and 5:44 a.m. Outgoing activity resumed on Watts' cellular telephone after the cell phone returned to the area of his residence. The activity on Watts' other cell phone resumed several hours after the cell phone returned to the area of his residence. On the same day, January 5th, at 7:06 p.m., both of Watts' cellular phones were in the vicinity of his residence in Limerick Township. Shortly thereafter, the handset location showed Watts' cell phone began to move in a southern direction. Watts' cell phone traveled to the area of Royersford, where it was earlier that morning, and remained in the area until 8:09 p.m. Watts' cell phone then traveled to the area of Route 422 and Route 29 and was in this area for approximately 4 minutes. The cell phones then traveled in a northern direction to the vicinity of North 5th Avenue in Royersford, PA at 8:27 p.m. The cell phone remained in this area until 8:42 p.m., when it traveled in a northern direction to the vicinity of Watts' residence in Limerick Township. However, and more importantly, the handset location information during this crucial time frame showed Watts' cell phone was within hundreds of feet of the location where Brown's body was discovered. As a direct result of knowing both of Watts' cell telephones and the general vicinities in which they traveled on January 5th, detectives canvassed the entire area surrounding the location where Jennifer's dead body was discovered behind a warehouse located at 201 North 5th Avenue, Royersford Borough. On January 23rd, Montgomery County Detective Long reviewed surveillance camera footage from the area of Chestnut Street, Church Street, Main Street, and 5th Street, Royersford. During review, Detective Long located a vehicle consistent with a gray-colored Jeep Renegade. At 8:26 p.m., the gray Jeep Renegade is traveling southwest on Main Street, approaching 5th Avenue. At the traffic light, the gray Jeep Renegade turned right west onto North 5th Avenue. At 8:27 p.m., the gray Jeep Renegade continued west on North 5th Avenue at Church Street. The gray Jeep Renegade can be seen continuing straight as it crossed Chestnut Street, then goes out of view of the camera footage. The Jeep Renegade can be seen at Chestnut Street and North 5th Street from two different fixed surveillance camera systems. At 8:40 p.m., vehicle headlights approached Chestnut Street eastbound on North 5th Avenue. The gray Jeep Renegade turned right south on Chestnut Street. They can be seen from two different fixed surveillance camera systems. Primarily, the critical time frame on January 5th is 8:27 p.m. to 8:40 because this time span is when the handset data for Blair Watts' cell phone is in the direct vicinity of Jennifer's shallow grave. As a result of Detective Long's review of nearby surveillance systems, we have now discovered the existence of a gray-colored Jeep Renegade traveling in the same exact area during the same exact time frame and within hundreds of feet of where Jennifer Brown's body was ultimately discovered. As explained earlier within the affidavit of probable cause, Watts' wife, Tyara Taylor, owns and operates a gray-colored Jeep Renegade. Search warrant for the Jeep Renegade. On January 24, 2023, Detective Minzola prepared an application for a search warrant Exhibit A, sealing request order, and affidavit of probable cause seeking the court's authorization to seize the search the 2018 Jeep Renegade belonging to Tyara Taylor. Montgomery County Assistant District Attorney Lindsay Mills presented the above court documents to the Honorable Wendy Rothstein, Judge, Montgomery County Court of Common Pleas. After review, Judge Rothstein found sufficient probable cause existed and signed the search warrant. On January 24, 2023, the Jeep Renegade was located in Limerick Township, Montgomery County, and towed to a secure facility which was also in Montgomery County. On January 25, 2023, Montgomery County Detective David Shanes processed the interior of the Jeep Renegade. In addition to taking photographs and collecting swabs from the Jeep Renegade, Detective Shanes also seized several floor mats from inside the vehicle so that they could later be examined by a cadaver dog. Wells Fargo Bank information. On January 26, 2023, detectives received a response from Wells Fargo Bank regarding Jennifer Brown's bank account information. This response was in reference to a sealed search warrant that had been authorized and served on Wells Fargo Bank. Detectives located a Wells Fargo Bank check dated September 13, 2022. This check is drawn on the account of Jennifer Brown and written to Blair Watts. The amount of the check is $7,000, and the memo portion of the check reads for final INV payment. These records show that on August 29, 2022, Jennifer Brown transferred Birdie's a payment of $3,500 via Zelle. On October 20, 2022, Brown again transferred Birdie's money via Zelle, this time in the amount of $2,600. These transactions are significantly less than the $34K to $36K that Watts told detectives Brown had given to him. Detectives located the $8,000 Zelle transaction that was sent to Birdie's on January 3rd and also located the Cash App transaction made on January 3rd that posted to her Wells Fargo account on January 4th. The amount of this Cash App transaction was $9,000 and is the only Cash App transaction that appears in Brown's financial records dating back to August 1st, 2022. This is consistent with statements from family members of Brown that she rarely, if ever, used Cash App to transfer funds. This, coupled with the fact that the two-step authentication security step had been disabled just prior to the $9,000 transaction, makes the transaction highly unlikely as having been sent by Brown. Birdie's Cash App records. On January 20th, 2023, Detective Mark Manzola presented common plea as court judge Wendy Rothstein with a sealed search warrant to obtain Cash App records related to Cash App account of Blair Watts Birdie's. On January 29, 2023, these records were received from Cash App. In reviewing these records, detectives observed 3 attempted transfers and 1 completed transfer to Birdie in the amount of $9,000 on January 3rd. These records indicated that at 4:12 there was an attempted transfer for $9,000 that expired waiting on sender. At 4:18 there was another transfer for $9,000 that also expired waiting on sender. At 4:19 p.m. there was a third attempted transfer for $9,000 and this transfer also expired waiting on sender. At 4:23 there was a successful transfer of $9,000 to Birdie's. This is significant because detectives know from Jennifer Brown's email account that at 4:23 p.m. her two-step authentication for Cash App was deactivated. This was followed immediately by the successful $9,000 transfer. Detectives made inquiries and conducted tests on the Cash App application to better understand these transactions. In doing so, they learned that no facial recognition or PIN code is required to deactivate the two-step authentication process once you have accessed the Cash App application. Detectives also learned that notifications from Cash App notifying the subscriber that the two-step authentication process has been disabled are sent within seconds of the action being taken. Police K-9 cadaver search. On February 2nd, Detective Dave Shanes met with Philadelphia police officer Brian Corporal and K-9 partner Patton. Detective Shanes provided the floor mats that had been seized during the search of the Jeep Renegade. K-9 Patton indicated on the floor mat that had been taken from the rear seat of the Jeep Renegade directly behind the driver's seat, signaling that a cadaver, human remains, and or human biological material had previously been in that location. Based upon the facts and circumstances contained within this affidavit of probable cause, we believe Blair Watts is responsible for the disappearance and murder of Jennifer Brown. Jennifer Brown was a single mother to her 8-year-old son, and she was very involved in his nurturing. Brown's aunt, Diane Brem, described Brown as an attentive and loving mother to her 8-year-old son, devoted to his upbringing. Brown's mother, Anita Polito, and Brem both advised if NM was going on a planned overnight sleepover, Brown would have made certain his needed medications would have been supplied to the caregiver and she would have had a change of clothes. Brown's friends and neighbors collectively described Brown as the best mother who would never leave her 8-year-old son. They further stated Brown would certainly not abandon her son, nor fail to collect him at the bus stop. By all accounts, it is completely out of the ordinary for Brown to wholly cease all involvement or communications with her son. In addition, Brown's essential everyday personal belongings were found either inside her residence or inside her vehicle, which was found parked near her townhome. Found inside Brown's residence were the following items: her vehicle, her house keys, her purse, her wallet containing several expired driver's license, debit card, credit cards, checkbook, health insurance cards, and various other personal items, cell phone charger, and a smartwatch. The only item of note found inside Brown's vehicle was her current valid driver's license. At this time of this writing, the only item unaccounted for is her cellular phone, which is serviced by AT&T Wireless, and possibly a clutch-type purse. Brem also told detectives after Jennifer went missing, Watts offered to turn over his spare key to her, and she followed him to his residence for this reason. Brem told investigator the keys Watts turned over to her contained keys to her vehicle, her house keys, and several other keys, along with customer rewards cards for Wawa and Giant Food Market. This leads detectives to believe that during the time frame encompassing Brown's disappearance and murder, Watts was in possession of Brown's house keys and vehicle. Therefore, Watts had the means to open Brown's front door lock and enter her home at will. Furthermore, there are several inconsistencies in Watts' statements made to police. After comparing information Watts either supplied or omitted to different people involved with trying to find Jennifer Brown, we believe it will become apparent that these inconsistencies are essential to this investigation. Watts initially excluded the fact that he drove a red Jeep Cherokee and he left Garrett's home on the evening of January 3rd. Watts told conflicting stories about NM being at an overnight sleepover at his home, but yet told others he expected Brown to pick NM up and take him home. In addition to Watts' inconsistent statements, Watts and Brown's cellular telephones records provided detectives with information that is contrary to Watts' statements concerning his whereabouts during the time frame of Brown's murder and disappearance. The ensuing photographs will detail both Watts' inconsistent statements and the cellular telephone records analysis. First, Watts initially did not tell investigators he drove the red Jeep Cherokee on January 3rd, 2023. Not only did Watts conceal the existence of the Jeep Cherokee, he instructed Tatiana Garrett not to tell investigators that he drove this vehicle. This is the very same vehicle Philadelphia police officer Corporal and partner K9 Patton indicated for the presence of a cadaver, human remains, or human biological material in the backseat area. We believe Watts' attempt to conceal the fact that he possessed and operated the red Jeep Cherokee was an effort to evade law enforcement detection. Another omission made by Watts is he maintains he never left Garrett's residence on the night of January 3rd, 2023, even though Garrett told detectives Watts left her residence for approximately 25 minutes to make an unexpected trip to Wawa. Watts' omission of this unanticipated trip to Wawa is the opposite of what Tatiana Garrett told detectives. In support of Garrett's version of this evening's events are the facts that Watts was captured on Wawa's surveillance system, and he and Tatiana had a long cell phone conversation during this trip, clearly demonstrating they were not in her home together. Another glaring inconsistency Watts told detectives was he and Brown agreed NM would spend the night of January 3rd, 2023 at Watts' residence. However, Watts told Diane Brem and Anita Polito the sleepover was not planned and that he had expected Brown to pick up NM from his residence. Both of Watts' statements to police and Brown's family respectively are highly contradictory. In support of this assertion are both Brem and Polito claims in which they insist had this sleepover been planned, Brown would have sent NM's medication and clothing along with NM. As explained earlier within this affidavit, when NM does not receive his medication, his behavior becomes very difficult to manage. In BA's email sent to Brown on January 4th, he said NM had probably the hardest day he's had here at school. The very fact that Jennifer's missing 2 doses of NM's medication are completely uncharacteristic of her. Moreover, if Watts' claim of expecting Jennifer to pick NM up at Watts' residence were accurate, Watts never attempted to communicate with Brown in the hours leading up to NM's bedtime. Watts neither placed a phone call nor sent a text message to Jennifer inquiring about the status of her son and his overnight accommodations. The analysis of Watts' and Brown's cell phone records offers law enforcement authorities an opportunity to obtain and review a transparent source of data. This data cannot forget, misremember, nor can it intentionally mislead or lie, as other sources sometimes do. The very fact that both Watts's and Brown's cell telephones registered activity on their respective networks in the same adjacent time frame, same area, and then traveled in tandem to another location during the same exact time in the morning hours of January 4th is simply remarkable. When comparing this cell data to Watts's statement of his movements during the morning hours of January 4th, it became apparent these sources are in direct contrast to one another. Watts told detectives he traveled from Garrett's home in Stowe to his home in Limerick during the morning hours of January 4th. However, according to Watts and Brown's cellular telephone records, he and Brown's cellular telephones began to travel in tandem out of Brown's townhouse complex. Then both Watts and Brown's cellular telephones were in the general vicinity of a parking lot behind the Wawa store located at North Lewis Road and West Ridge Pike. Minutes later, this area contained several businesses, all of which were closed at the time. As stated earlier, 7 a.m., Brown's cell phone never registered any further activity on her provider's network again. In addition, on January 5th, 2023, Barb, I think you and I are the only ones here. I don't mean here, I mean there's obviously a lot of people here, but we're the only ones listening.
I'm listening.
Oh, are you? Okay. Sorry, just thought it was Barb and I. Sorry, Barb, it's not so what was I going to say?
I'm here.
It's
too.
not so intimate anymore, Barb. It's not just you and me. Sorry.
We're all here.
Oh, I just thought it was Barb and I because she was the only one commenting. Okay. Never mind. I was having a moment with Barb. Thanks for ruining it. Okay. In addition, on January 5th, 2023, according to cell telephone records from both of Watts' cell phones, show his phone had spent time in the area where Jennifer Brown's body was discovered in a shallow grave. After reviewing surveillance cameras belonging to both businesses and private residence, detectives observed a gray color Jeep Renegade in the same exact area during the same exact time frame. Detectives knew this from the investigation that Watts had access to this Jeep Renegade and in fact have seen him in it. Okay. Moreover, this is the same Jeep Renegade which Canine Patton indicated on the floor, signaling to investigators that a cadaver, human remains, and or human biological material had previously been in that location. And based upon these above facts, which we believe to be true, this is some affidavit, this is read like a novel, and correct, we ask that a warrant of arrest be issued for Blair Watts, charging him with murder in the first degree and related offenses. Wow. Okay, now you're all there. Okay. Marianne, GB. Sarah, so what do you think of that affidavit? That's crazy. He had a girlfriend. She had another guy behind her that had a wife but was seeing her. She sounds like she might have been seeing him too. That's crazy. They left their kids home alone. Wow. That's nuts. That's nuts.
Are you asking for opinions?
Yeah, oh, yeah, sure. Hey, Billy Boy Blue, thank you for the super chat. I didn't even see that. Thank you. And Marianne, I didn't see your super chat. Thank you. I didn't see that. I was reading. I was so into my reading. Thank you. That was pretty good. I mean, I'm not a good thing, but I mean, that affidavit was very detailed.
Yeah.
They do a lot of work there, you know. People think these investigators don't do any work and they don't know that, but they have to put together all these things. Hi, Jujubes.
I think this case will take our minds off the disappointment that we're going to feel when Alex gets off.
Oh, gosh.
I don't know. We don't know. They might
I don't
find
think
him
he's
guilty.
gonna get
I
off.
don't know. We thought somebody else was going to get off and they got convicted. Remember, pretty recently we thought somebody was going to get off and they convicted them. Remember, who was that? It was recent.
He won't get off.
It was recent.
Worst case scenario, hung jury.
Who was it? It was recent. It wasn't
At this
wasn't
point,
Daryl
that would be
Brooks.
the best case scenario would be a hung jury.
Yeah,
I
hung
think
jury is the worst.
It
case
wasn't
scenario.
Daryl Brooks. I don't know who it was.
That's the worst case is that they don't do anything.
Yeah, what case was that,
It was
Carolyn?
something
I'm
recently, and we thought he was going to get off or something. There was something that somebody thought. No, I think it was that they thought the case was not going to have enough evidence to move forward or something. What was it? Who was it? And I guaranteed them. I'm like, no, it definitely is going to move. No, that was something else. That was Barry Morphew.
Oh.
There was something recently, another one who thought they could get away with murder. Marianne said, yeah. But there was something, that affidavit was very thorough and interesting, right, Barb? Yeah. There was another case recently, and I thought that he might not get convicted. But he was convicted. I don't know what case it was. The heck, it wasn't Daryl. I think it was it that guy that killed his girlfriend, and then they brought in that other lady. He wanted that really fast trial, but I don't think it was I don't think it was that one though. Gosh, this bothers me. I don't know. There was one I remember we were saying, and somebody was saying, I think she's going to get off. Maybe it was Diane Redlick, but she did get off, didn't she?
Diane Redlick was found not guilty.
Right.
Correct. But who was it? I'm trying to think too. I'm just thinking.
Someone that,
I thought it was a
Someone-
guy.
someone that got convicted that you thought was going to get off.
Yeah, it was the case we went
Scott
over
Peterson. Scott Peterson.
Yes,
Mm-mm.
yes, it was Scott Peterson. We didn't think we thought he'd have the they
Yeah,
were
we
going to
thought he
grant
would
the
have another
appeal.
trial. That good
Yeah.
job, Elle.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, Elle, but I never thought they'd give him another trial. I would
thought
have been
they
shocked
might.
if they gave him another trial.
I thought they might, but they shouldn't. That was what it was. I thought they might. I was afraid they might.
Kentucky, the pilot. No.
Yeah, I thought he might get off. That's
Christian
why I'm
Martin. I
saying-
remember that guy. He was Kentucky. Was that Kentucky?
Yeah, I thought he might get off. Scott Peterson.
Good thinking. That was going to drive me
What state is
nuts.
all this thing, this affidavit you were reading? What
Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
state? It
Pennsylvania.
is Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Oh,
He was 10 years older, or he was 10 years younger than her. They were business partners and friends.
yeah.
No, I don't think Sharon that
Right.
Murdaugh will get found innocent. No way. I think the worst case scenario is a hung jury. I
forgot
don't think
about
he'll
this.
ever get all of them to say
I would be
innocent.
happy if there were a hung jury.
That's the
I
one
really
where he
would.
was across the street, right, GB? And then that was another weird one in the sun, and they found something in the floorboards. Yeah, that was a crazy one.
Wait,
We've
what
gone
was
through
that
so many.
one?
We've gone through so many trials. Yeah.
What was that one with the
One
floorboard?
It was some guy. I forgot it was in Kentucky, and the guy was a pilot or something, and there was a couple across the street, right? And the couple was murdered. Yeah, it was a triple murder. Yeah, and he yeah.
Was it the neighbor across the street with
Yeah,
the
the
gun?
two
He
got
came up with a
murdered,
gun.
right? And then who
in
was
the
the
winter.
third person that got murdered?
Was it in
um,
the winter?
I don't know if it was in the winter, but
He came outside. They were arguing,
oh,
and
shoot.
he shot them. Was it a shooting?
No, yeah, and there were casings but
I don't know.
I
if
always
that's
thought
the-
I always thought that son had something to do with it. That was always a weird one for me. I thought
need to-
that
we
son
need
had
to-
something to do with it.
Orange Kitty.
We need to go over this case again because I don't remember it. I really don't.
Yeah, I know. There's so many cases. It's
We
crazy.
should have a refresher one night on some of these just to help the people like me who.
Not a bad idea, Nicole.
I got my Temu bag today. Everything was like a
What?
present.
Oh,
I didn't even remember ordering any of it. Not one thing.
oh, really?
Oh,
No.
that sounds like
It's
me
good.
and Ambien.
Well, it's me and no Ambien, but I don't. That's
Oh,
scary.
It's like Christmas every day. It's great.
You know what? Yeah, I guess I could look at it that way.
What did you get? Anything good?
Well, I didn't even go. I only opened the one thing some way. I wanted to show Linda, and then we were doing something else, and
Oh.
so I didn't go through it.
What is it?
It's gonna be a
Clothes or
surprise.
what did you get? Gadgets?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't even know. You have no
I
idea.
don't know. I have no idea. None.
How big is the bag?
It's a medium-sized bag. It's
You were
pretty
looking at
good size.
makeup brushes. You were looking at makeup brushes.
Oh, maybe I did. Don't tell me. Don't
No,
tell
I sent you them.
No, I want more. I want more. I want like the
And
ones that
wasn't
you
the
sent me
neighbor
are my good
surprised
ones.
to be a witness at
The
a
what?
military trial? Yes, yes, yes.
The ones you sent me are my good ones.
Oh, I see.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
keep those as my good ones. Like I got some. I think I got some cheapy ones just so I
They
could.
wash really nicely. I'll tell you that right now.
Yours are the ones you got me are so good.
I put them in a little soap in the
What?
palm of my hand like Dove, and then I just take the brush and swirl it around in the,
So
soap and water, and then I just
Yeah,
rinse
to
it.
rinse it.
And I
Yeah.
put it on the side to dry, not with the stem standing up. That way it doesn't get water way down inside.
That's a good idea.
Works out really well for me so far. Makeup brushes. When I'm wrong, how do you know? Mike said,
Well, I
what's
think
that?
you got
Makeup
one of those.
brushes. What do you want to know? Yeah.
I think I got one of those. Okay, they're like puff brushes. They're not brushes. They're like almost like those puffs. You know those things, the makeup dabbers,
Yeah.
like that. There's
Well,
like
that's
two.
what I had to look for. The ones like Bucky Ann
The
told me to get for
contour
that ink.
like.
No, I had to
Yeah,
look for ink. I need them for like ink. And they couldn't bring in the ex-wife to testify. Yeah. Yeah, and
What
they
is
lived
that?
across
What-
the street, and there was like some kind of a trap door, and there was a German Shepherd or something, right? That was laying on the trap door. See the things we remember?
What?
Crazy.
I don't
And then everything
remember that.
melds together, and there's so yeah. There was the dog was laying on the trap door, and one of them was down under there, right? And it was close to Thanksgiving or something, wasn't it? It was right before Thanksgiving or something, and one of them had a real messy house or something, and she was trying to get it clean because they were doing renovation or something. Wasn't that the thing? And then remember his dog tags were hanging on something by the front door.
Wait a minute. No recollection.
That
of
was
this at all.
weird. His
either.
dog tags were on there. Remember that?
No.
No.
Oh, well.
And there was something about her car too. Something about her car. Starting
need
her
to look
car
it
or
up.
coming home or something.
I need to look it up.
Jimmy
What
watched
case-
that one a lot too. I remember he was
case?
really into that one. It was this pilot. I forgot he was in Kentucky. And yeah. But there was something weird with the son. I just always thought something was weird with the son.
What were these people's names? What
And the
was the
neighbor's wife was found in a burned out car. Yeah, and the dog tags.
What?
Yeah.
I do not
I
remember.
don't either.
Yeah.
I
You went
don't.
over this
Sure
in
this
here?
isn't a television show you
Thanks,
watch?
Are you?
No, it was
You
this really crazy case, right? And this guy, he had some kind of a military trial coming up, and that guy was supposed to be a witness. And didn't he have like 3 kids too? And didn't he recently get divorced or something from the ex-wife, right? The ex-wife, they got divorced, the pilot. And oh, so crazy.
You got me turning my head like a dog,
dog
that
tags.
looks at you sideways, confused. That's how I am right
Well, they had a dog, and he was just laying over this trap door. And the guy
I
was
don't
down
remember this
there.
one.
And there
How do
was
I not
something
know?
about a piece of artwork. Wasn't there something about a piece of artwork?
What the heck? What
I
is
don't
this?
know.
Who are these people? What was their name? So I could look it up.
Let me see what it was. It was in Kentucky. That's what GB said, and I forgot it.
God, that sounds. When did this happen?
For
When?
Thanksgiving, but this year?
This last year?
Let's see. It was, okay. It was a former American Airlines pilot convicted in a Kentucky triple murder. A jury found Christian Richard Martin guilty on all charges against him stemming from the 2015 killings, including 3 counts of murder. Yeah. A former American Airlines pilot was found guilty of murdering 3 people in Kentucky in 2015. After a 2-week trial, the jury found Richard Martin guilty, including 3 counts of murder, 2 counts of burglary in the first degree, and 3 counts of tampering with physical evidence, and 1 count of attempted arson. Martin fatally shot 3 of his neighbors. That was right, 3 neighbors. Edward Dansereau and married couple Calvin and Pamela Phillips on November 18, 2015, right before Thanksgiving. Calvin Phillips was found dead in his Pembroke home the next day, and the bodies of Pamela Phillips and Dansereau were found in Calvin Phillips' vehicle, which had been set on fire in a cornfield a few miles away from the couple's residence. Christian Martin was arrested at Louisville Airport in connection with the triple murder case.
I lived right near Louisville in 2015, and I don't
Really?
remember this case.
I
Yeah.
don't remember this
Martin
at all.
had worked for PSA Airlines, a subsidiary of American Airlines, for slightly more than a year when he was arrested on May 11, 2019, as he prepared to fly as first officer on a flight from Louisville to Charlotte, North Carolina. His trial was originally scheduled to happen in Christian County, but pretrial publicity prompted a judge to order it held over 100 miles away in Kentucky's Hardin County. Prosecutors...
That's where I lived.
Really?
That's where I lived. It's Elizabethtown. It's Hardin County.
How
Wow.
old is this guy? Was he just flying in Brayers? He
I've
wasn't flying
never
anything.
heard of this
Well, let me
case.
see. Prosecutors said that the murders happened 2 weeks before Calvin Phillips was scheduled to testify in a military court-martial trial in which Martin, who served in the Army from 86 to 2016, faced multiple charges. But Martin maintained that he had no motive to kill Calvin Phillips because he believed he was going to be his star witness in the upcoming court-martial. The case revolved around Martin's ex-wife, Joan Harmon, accusing him of physical and sexual abuse and mishandling classified military materials. Martin said in April 2016 interview that he suspected Harmon had been involved in a long-term affair with Calvin Phillips. Everyone in town knew it was going on for a while. While I was at work every day, Martin said, they were together all day long, and they really didn't try to hide it or anything like that. But Martin said he wasn't jealous. In fact, he was grateful to Phillips. Martin and Harmon had their marriage voided, and about 3 years before the November of 2015 murders, after he learned Harmon was actually married to another man. I just call her the ex-bigamist, Martin said in the 2016 interview. Phillips had gotten me out of this huge mess, and I have moved on. When Martin and Harmon split, she accused him of rape, sodomy, child abuse, child molestation, and stealing a military computer, he said. Martin had hired private investigators to help him build a defense. They interviewed Phillips, who said they thought Martin had stolen an Army laptop. According to tapes of the interviews obtained by WSMV, Phillips said he found the computer when he was helping Harmon clear her stuff out of Martin's house. But Phillips also told investigators that Harmon had never said she or her children were abused by him. He was scheduled to testify before the court-martial on behalf of Martin and the military, according to WSMV. Okay, and then this is so convoluted, yeah.
Wait, he was having an affair? He was having an affair
No.
with the neighbor's husband?
No, his ex-wife
Was
having an affair
the
with
neighbor's
Calvin
husband.
Phillips, but then they stopped that, and he got out of the marriage with her, and he couldn't even be married to her because she was a bigamist. She was already married to somebody else. And it's so weird. He looks like some guy that plays in Curb Your Enthusiasm. One of those brothers. I forget who they
Nicole,
are.
do you remember any of this?
This one. Calvin and Pamela Phillips were murdered in 2015. This guy looks like Curb Your Enthusiasm guy. And he was supposedly having an affair with the pilot's ex-wife, but she really couldn't be his wife because she was married to another man.
Well, then how was he married to her?
Well, I don't know. They got married somehow. She lied, and then he found out. And then she was accusing him of all of that stuff, taking a military computer and all of that.
Don't they check to see if you're still married when you apply for a marriage license?
I don't know.
Weird. Nicole,
It's very,
do you remember any of this?
it's a
How
very
long ago
creepy-
did we do this case?
It was in 20,
I don't remember
the
it.
trial was, well, it was 2019. He was arrested, and I think the trial was like last year, right? Barb or GB or who be or he
I
be.
remember this. What the hell's wrong with me?
My dog is licking. Get out of here. Oh.
Same.
I hate when they lick.
He didn't
Man,
know she was already
I
married,
don't mind
right?
when cats do it. I don't like dog licking me.
No.
It was very confused. It was very confusing with everything, like with all the things. Did the ex-wife appear in video with someone's cell phone? One of the victims? Didn't the ex-wife appear in video with someone's cell phone? One of the victims? I don't know. I have to refresh myself later. Last year, yeah. Barb says. So crazy. That was such a hard case. You needed a whiteboard on that case.
I guess.
There's so many different ways that they were.
Well, the
That's
affidavit
together.
you just read, you need a translator for it practically. It's crazy.
I live there and I don't remember it.
I do not remember it either. I
But
don't.
then I didn't really watch the news or anything. I read, just
Right.
It was
I don't know. Not local though, really.
Well, I think you would have been out of it because he was arrested in 2019. Yeah, we need a review of the case, right, Jujubes?
Yeah, that's wild.
Yes. It is crazy.
I don't know this case. What was I doing? Was I in a coma? I don't know it.
There were. That was a nutty case. I remember that. Maybe it was before.
How old was this guy?
He wasn't that old. Wait, he was. How let me see.
He served from 1986 to 2016. So
He
that's
was.
30 years. No.
Christopher Martin. Let's see. 51 back in 2019. 2019 he was 51.
Mm.
So 52, 53, 54, 55. Oh, they had dealings in a brothel. When asked in April 2016 who would have killed the
Wow.
Phillips and dance room, Martin suggested Phillips had dealings in a brothel and had been using drugs. He was passed out in the road, OD'd like a couple of months before the murders too, Martin said. If I had wanted to kill him, that would have been a great time to do it, you know? I could have just run him over. He was sitting out there, Martin told WSMV. No evidence has been presented to
OD'd?
support
Did he
his
die?
claims. No.
No.
Martin is being held at Rain Martin 22, American Airlines. Let's see.
So he worked for American Airlines out of
A
SDF.
subsidiary
which is-
He
of,
worked
yeah.
for a subsidiary of American Airlines, which means that he was flying the little planes.
the little Airbuses.
No, the Embraers.
The Embraers? Oh, the bigger ones. Those are
No,
bigger.
the small. No, the Embraers are little.
Oh, they are?
RJ regional jets, RJs.
Oh, those
They're-
are the little, those are just 2 and 1.
They're
What is-
they're 2 on one side, 1 on the other.
That's what I
One
thought.
seat on one side and 2 on the other. The Embraers.
Oh wait, there was
They're
another.
They
Wasn't
have to fly on. They're
wasn't there another train derailment today in?
No.
There was. I
No.
saw. Yes, I saw it. And hold on a minute. Wait a minute.
What?
Yes, and do you know what? There's a huge train derailment in Greece. 32 dead and 85 injured after a passenger train collided with a freight train in Greece.
derailment in Greece. 32 died.
About
Yeah,
350 passengers on board. It's happening right now, March 1st.
I'm freaked out.
A passenger
Happened.
train carrying hundreds of people collided at high speed with an oncoming freight train in a fiery wreck in northern Greece, killing 32 people and injuring at least 85.
What was on the
Oh
train?
my gosh,
Are they
it's horrible. It says, let's see,
It was
multiple
carrying
cars
dangerous
derailed
freight.
and at least 3 burst into flames after a collision near the town of Tempe on Tuesday just before midnight.
in Arizona?
No,
Arizona?
Greece. No, Greece. But there's
Greece.
but there is a train thing. I believe it's in Arizona. I saw that earlier today. I'll go
Oh
to
my
that.
god! When you said Tempe, I thought you meant
No,
Arizona.
but and I don't know if it's I'll get where the one is, the other one, but
Tempe, Greece?
this one is in Tempe on Tuesday, just before rescue crews illuminated the scene with floodlights before dawn on Wednesday as they searched frantically through the twisted, smoking wreckage for survivors. Survivors and several passengers were thrown through the windows of the train cars due to the impact. They said others fought to free themselves after the passenger train buckled, slamming into a field next to tracks near a gorge about 235 miles north of Athens, where the major highway and rail tunnels are located. There were many big pieces of steel, said a local resident who was one of the first people on the scene. The trains were completely destroyed, both passenger and freight trains. He said dazed and disoriented people were escaping out of the train's rear cars as he arrived. People naturally were scared, very scared. They were looking around, searching. They didn't know where they were. The trains crashed just before the Vale of Tempe, a gorge that separates the regions of Thessaly to Macedonia. Costa Agorastas, the regional governor of the area, told Greece's television that 2 trains crashed head-on at high speed. Carriage 1 and 2 no longer exist, and the third has derailed, he said. Here's a picture.
Oh my god! So it's a passenger and a freight train colliding.
Crazy.
Rescuers wearing headlamps worked in thick smoke, pulling pieces of mangled metal from the cars to search for trapped people. Others scoured the field for flashlights and checked underneath the wreckage. Several of the dead are believed to have been found in the restaurant area near the front of the passenger train. Hospital officials in the nearby city of Larissa said at least 25 of those hurt had serious injuries. The evacuation process is ongoing and is being carried out under very difficult conditions due to the severity of the collision between the 2 trains. The possible cause of the collision was not immediately clear. 2 rail officials were being questioned, but police had not been detained.
Barb Olson said the other derailment was in Florida.
Florida, yes.
Wow. What can you read about that one real quick? I'm sorry. Wow, I should have watched the news today. That's crazy.
Usually I get a pop-up.
I didn't see anything about it.
Neither did I.
I saw it earlier today. Manatee County, that's right. That's where it was, yeah. Let's see.
But what in
A
Greece sounds weird.
propane tanker carrying thousands of gallons of fuel toppled over in Manatee County along with several other cars. Officials now are trying to determine the safest cleanup route.
Wow.
According to South Manatee County Fire Rescue, one of the tankers is carrying 30,000 gallons of propane. Another, which remained upright, is also carrying propane and jumped the track during the derailment. 4 cars have sheetrock. There were no reported injuries. As of noon, thermal imaging shows no leaks, but hazmat crews are still monitoring. We have drones. We run the hazmat team for the county of Manatee, and we were in the air with our drone, which has thermal capabilities, explained Chief Robert Bounds. We were able to look at the tank and ascertain the levels of the tank from the outside. It'll show up different colors if anything is actually leaking, and there are no leaks. There are no actual physical damage to the tank other than the rollover, but there is no significant damage to it. No evacuation orders
Right.
have been issued, and there are no road closures at the time. However, they may evacuate when it's time to offload the product if there is potential danger. Heavy equipment will be brought in to upright the cars, including the propane tanker. With the aid of our drone technology, we are able to fly downstream and look on the other side of the tracks, and there is a homeless camp over there. We aren't sure how many people. We couldn't visualize that from the air. We did send MSO and some other teams down there to address the people get them out of there, and to address the potential danger, and we will monitor them as well in the event we have to evacuate.
Jeez. How come with all these trains that there's always these materials on them?
Well, that's what trains carry, you know? A lot of trains carry that. So,
That's true, Elle. That's all they carry, really. But at least the one in Florida, they're saying there's no
that's
leaks.
the one in Florida. right
They're
there.
monitoring, and the one in Greece, they're saying it's a passenger and freight, but they're not saying anything about any kind of chemicals or leaks. So that's
Good.
yeah, that's good. At least you know.
Just all too weird.
Hmm.
Hey, no.
Okay. That's way up there, so. Person can go to jail just for going on the tracks. High-speed drifter. Well, if propane had exploded, it probably would have been disastrous, yeah.
What's that?
So are they gonna start their closing arguments tomorrow? Let's see.
What about that? They're out there. Gotta let them out. Go to bed. I mean, can't ever sleep.
Closing arguments begin Wednesday. Yeah, and you know what? The opening argument started on Wednesday too. Interesting. It says testimony done in Murdaugh trial. Jury could begin deliberations Wednesday. Yeah, I doubt that. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe if they, it depends when they get back from Moselle. They're going on the trip to Moselle. Then they're going to do their arguments. I don't know. I doubt. Well, we'll see if they. I doubt the way this has gone. If they're going to be real speedy. I don't think so. They'll probably.
So what do you think, Carolyn? Do you think it's going to be a hung jury?
I don't know. I really don't know. It's.
Hard to tell.
I think it will be, unfortunately.
Too. What do
Somebody
you think,
said the
Nicole?
defense has the better argument. The double murder of Alex is near closing as the defense. What did they say about that? The defense has the better argument.
What do you think, Nicole?
I think they're going to find him guilty.
You do?
hope-
I do.
I
hope
kind
so.
of think they will. I don't know. I kind of
Yeah.
think they will.
Yeah, how long they're out? Well, there's no reason if they find him guilty to be afraid anymore of what the Murdaughs can do to everybody. That's the thing. And maybe there's people.
A
who
criminal
are
defense
waiting.
attorney and legal analyst said, personally, I think the defense has the better argument after listening to 5-6 weeks of testimony in this case.
I agree with that.
The defense has a better argument?
Oh, the
Yeah.
defense? No, the prosecution. How does the defense have a better argument? Who said that?
That's some criminal analyst that was watching the thing.
criminalist or who.
The jury will visit the crime scene on Wednesday. Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I mean, they can prove the there. He was
When they
there.
do it, can they require that no, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, it's not proselytizing, but no comments from either of the attorney or either side? Is it conducted without attorneys there?
But we have to hear closing arguments too. That's important. They're important.
Do you think just the judge goes to these things, or do the
Not
attorneys
every
go?
week.
They said people were breaking in there and taking selfies and stuff.
Jeez.
People were what?
Breaking into Moselle and taking selfies by the
Yeah, I heard that.
by the buildings.
No.
Yeah,
God, are you kidding?
I heard that.
yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
People are crazy.
That's
Why they want to is beyond me.
you think they'd have some security, there at
So
least.
it's way out in the middle of nowhere.
Who's gonna
That's
pay?
why they were like no camera. It's way out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Which is why it's not worth thinking worth.
That's why. Who else would it be?
I want to be able to.
What do they
go-
do with those hogs they hunt? They can't eat those the way they can regular pigs, can they?
Yes. we
I have
sure
no
do.
idea. I never hunted a hog.
Does anybody know
Um,
that those hogs that they hunt?
Yes.
No,
they
I didn't know
can.
that.
Do they eat those?
Yes.
Are you
Yeah.
sure?
Yes. I
Is
know.
it like
people
wild
go
hogs?
boar hunting.
Yeah, the wild hogs. They can eat them.
Well, they're called boars, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They go. They shoot. They catch. I don't know what.
Well, they
must
shoot them. Yeah, they shoot them.
But they.
They must
yeah,
eat them.
Well, I saw he
they-
had one hanging up.
They probably barbecue them.
They probably do.
I
They can
wonder if
have
it tastes. Does it taste
Or-
like regular pork?
Yes, apparently.
Probably. It's probably very good.
It's grass fed. Think about that one.
Does anybody know that in the chat?
I just told you. They keep
I know, but I
feeding-
want the real Southern people to tell us.
Oh, the real one. I'm not one of them.
Well, did you try it?
I think.
Maybe someone
I
ate
think
it.
it's
I mean, like
awesome.
someone that's eaten it.
No, I have not eaten it. Mike has. Mike has.
Do they eat
Mike's
those?
been to dinners where he has friends.
Does
that
it
go
taste
hunting
just
and
like
stuff, and then
what did he eat? Bacon? Do they have bacon?
Oh, okay.
they-
I asked my husband. He's like,
Cured, however, you have to
hog?
understand that it's not cured.
Juju is like boars are males.
boars or male?
That's what she said.
They have tusks,
Oh.
something like that.
Lil
They're
Lighty, Lil Lighty
very
said
thin.
no thanks.
I
Lil
love
Lighty.
pork.
He's gone where they have elk and they have deer and they have wild boar and
I didn't think if it was
knowing his
wild.
friends-
Deborah said they can have worms if wild. Ew.
Ew.
Gross,
Ew.
Deborah.
Oh, pass. Hard pass. Let's
trichinosis.
just-
Really?
Trichinosis.
Barbara
Ugh.
said they
So
cause
thoroughly.
brucellosis and are spread among hogs through birthing fluids
Oh.
and semen. Infected hogs carry the germs for
Oh,
life.
Lord.
No thanks, Marianne said.
No way.
Marianne is not having any part of those wild hogs.
I'll pass too now.
High
I don't
Speed
eat
Drifter
anything
said
that I don't
hogs are
know.
male. Juju said I had pigs. They have worms.
Oh, wow.
They do. But
High
they can give
Speed
you
Drifter
trichinosis.
says, aren't wild hogs domesticated pigs that escape and become feral?
I have no idea.
Somebody
I
said
don't
we're supposed to
know.
have wild boar around here somewhere. Thank goodness
They
I've
have
never
all
seen
over the
them.
place, but
Well,
I don't know.
how do we
haven't
eat pork
seen
then? How
them.
do they get rid of the worms so we can eat the pork that they that they have in the supermarkets?
Heat. You have to cook pork thoroughly.
Well, it has to be.
Yes,
pork.
I had to deworm
Except
mine,
for-
Jujubee says.
You can. The thing is that they do have bacon, but it's not cured yet. So you have to send it out and have it done, or you put it in a smokehouse or some crazy thing. I'm not how sure. exactly, but they smoke hams. They do that down in South. They have
What
this
is-
Gross.
What does it mean when
shed,
they
and
sell
they have
uncured
meat, and they
bacon?
have a
What is
fire
uncured
underneath.
bacon?
It's just not cured.
It's-
It's not salt cured. You have to like.
What does that mean? What does it taste like,
I mean,
uncured bacon?
nice.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
ask Nick because he might know. He will know. In fact, let me just go to the
What's
Nick.
it called? Shoot.
Let's go to the Nick room, which is my room right now.
What is it called?
Nick,
I'll
what's
never
the
eat
difference?
uncured
Carolyn
bacon
wants to
again.
know the difference between cured and uncured bacon.
Ooh.
What's the difference? Sorry, he's in his room now.
One's cured and one's uncured.
What is cured?
Like smoked or salted or
It's a process of preservation. Is that correct?
correct.
It's
Yeah.
a process of preservation.
Yeah, but what
You-
does it
You could
taste?
take a piece of uncured bacon or cured bacon out of the package and eat it without cooking it. I
Papa.
wouldn't- Yeah.
You have
Ugh.
to,
No,
you
no. You could die like that. Don't ever do that.
It's
you
cured.
actually
Wouldn't
do
I?
that.
Cured. It's like
It's
ham.
cured. Look it up.
It's like
Look it
ham.
up. I
There
swear
are
to God,
24
I'm alive.
diseases that people can get from wild hogs. Most of these diseases make people sick when they eat
Wild
undercooked
hogs.
meat.
Brucellosis.
Okay,
Brucellosis.
from the low country.
Yes. They hunt them everywhere. They hunt them in Illinois.
Really?
Do they eat them? Do they eat the wild hogs?
No, they usually kill them to stop them from breeding with local pigs.
But do they?
Because
They
that's-
don't eat them.
Not usually.
What do they do with them?
They do here.
Keep them from breeding with the local pigs.
They can kill them and
I'm
dispose
sure
of them.
somebody out there probably eats them, but
Why wouldn't they eat them? Do they taste gamey or something?
I don't know. I
Worms.
don't know. Probably, yeah, 'cause they're nasty.
And
Ugh.
they-
Dirty.
Yeah.
Like
Disgusting.
they're pest because they breed
Ham
No
next
to the
time.
no.
stuff.
That would be a hard no. That's what you want, a hard no, high
They
speed.
tear up scent and stuff, he
They
said.
tear up farm.
Oh, hell no. That's
They
what that
breed with domestic pigs and they make more feral pigs, and they
It's-
fight with the domestic pigs. They kill domestic pigs. They trample chicken. They cause all kinds of trouble.
Ruckus.
Yeah.
An excessive amount of ruckus, apparently.
boars are very dangerous. They will
There-
come
there-
at you.
there
And they
is-
will eat you. They will eat you.
Like paying people to
Certain states were paying people, he said a while back, to kill them.
Yeah, well, that's what they're doing. They're running around with these big automatic rifles, killing the wild boar.
Wild boars will
there
charge
was
you, kill you, and eat you.
that sold like
Hive 61 says during the American Civil War, after a battle, wild
Okay.
pigs and wild boar used to feed off of the wounded and dead soldiers. Citizens
Yeah.
and other soldiers refused to eat these pigs and boar in many cases. My doctors
Because
told
it's
me
like
not to eat
cannibalism.
pork, and my dog's vets told me not to feed them pork. They are mean. Mine were little ones, 50 pounds, Jujubee says. Did you eat yours, Jujubees?
No, she can't eat your own.
Jujubees, did you eat your pigs? Did you eat your pigs, Jujubee?
I mean, if we eat bacon, we all eat pig, really. I mean,
All,
Why would that
all,
be?
all pork can have trichinosis, Deborah. All pork. That's why you got to cook it.
Oh,
You can get
Gotta be
trichinosis from
cooked.
all pork.
ooh,
oh yeah.
Caca.
Yeah.
pork.
I cook pork.
Just like
So
that bacon.
High Speed
I don't know.
says boars are not pigs. It's a different species. And Juju said, "Of course I ate them. Yum yum."
Ooh.
That's what people get. That's what people raise them for. Their food, right?
Yes.
They
It
cook
may have another purpose.
Boar and pig. A boar is a non-castrated male swine. A hog can be either male or female. The only stipulation is that hogs are older and typically huge in size. A juvenile pig is generally called a piglet. We knew that. Oh.
Piglet.
Well, you just feel bad when you say swine. That's such a
Swine sounds yucky.
so mean.
boar looks like. Look at him. Want that coming running at you?
No, but he kind of looks cute there. I don't know
Okay.
why. He kind of looks cute there for some reason.
Oh,
Here,
yeah.
what's going on?
Maybe
What?
do another
Oh
pig.
my god, that looks like a bull almost. Like a
Yeah.
I know, Juju. I know.
What is that?
I'm
That's a
joking.
wild
That's a
boar.
boar.
I'm joking with you, Juju.
Oh, gee.
Juju doesn't eat her pets. They're pets.
I don't
Oh,
want to eat that ever.
well, some people
Did you
do.
know, here's something, did you know that all wild boars are pigs, but not all pigs
Pigs
are
are
wild
boars.
boars?
Do not get that.
What?
The wild boar is a species of pig.
Okay.
The two are not the same animals. Some people would assume that wild boars are just pigs that evolved in the wild, while pigs are domesticated animals cultivated for livestock. However,
Got
pigs and wild boars are two different animals with their own set of unique characteristics.
Got it.
Hello, lady.
So all pigs are wild boars, but not all wild boars are pigs.
Yeah. A boar is a non-castrated male and a hog is either male or female. While these two animals are considered the same species, there are some key differences,
Getting a little yogurt over there.
size being one of them. A wild boar is 2 to 4 feet, a pig is 3 to 6 feet? Get out of here. A wild boar, no.
6 feet? A pig can be 6 feet? That's as big as a person.
Well, they're long. They're not high. 6
Long,
feet. They're not
long,
walking around on
long,
their hind
long.
legs.
Can you imagine?
Little
That's
pig,
pretty
little
long.
pig, let me come in.
That's pretty long.
6 feet long is pretty long.
Yeah.
Holy cannoli.
I would never expect to see a pig that long.
It would take me off guard, I guess.
Big
Oh,
hot dog.
those tusks you see, they're long lower canine teeth that appear as tusks protruding from the lower mandible. Tusks grow throughout a wild boar's lifetime,
Do they
and
hurt?
pigs have smaller canine teeth.
Do they hurt them though? Like those tusks?
I don't know. I'm looking here.
Must hurt.
Hmm.
Aren't wild pigs feral, domestic? I don't know. Really don't
Pigs
know.
don't have a very happy
I don't
life.
think so. I don't think so.
There's warthogs too that belong to the pig family. Ugh.
They don't have a very happy life.
And what about truffles? Where these pigs find the truffles or something?
Well, they're really good at sniffing stuff out.
Yeah.
So
People go nuts over those
pigs are
truffles.
very smart.
Very, very.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's stop the pig conversation. Because I feel bad for them now because they're being killed. Okay.
Believe it or not, domesticated pigs are significantly larger and heavier than wild boars. I did
That
not-
surprises me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dipper was huge. Is huge.
So there's a gas strike in Iceland.
A what?
A gas strike
Where?
in Iceland.
Oh, in Iceland. Oh, gee.
So I hope my daughter's going to be able to get gas for that camper.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Otherwise, they're going to stay parked in one place.
Hope it's a beautiful place.
She'll be okay. She seems like she knows what she's doing.
How big do you think the biggest domestic pig in history was?
Oh, let me guess. Let's chat guess. The largest pig in domestic history, chat. How big do you think the largest pig?
Domestic, the biggest domestic pig in
I'm eating
history.
strawberry
And it
yogurt
made
right
it
now.
to the Guinness World Book of Records.
It's going to be pretty big. Because
All right, let's put our guesses. I'm gonna say 1,500 pounds. That seems huge.
Anybody else?
No, I'll be off.
Give up?
Juju almost
I have to
choked.
stop
Said
eating
I was
yogurt.
gonna be
I have to
okay.
stop.
The biggest domestic pig in history was 5 feet tall, but weighed a massive 2,552 pounds.
How much?
Gosh.
2,552 pounds.
Oh my gosh. 2,552 pounds. I'll put it in there.
1,000.
2,552 pounds was the largest pig. Domestic.
Domesticated, yes.
Domesticated pig.
5 feet tall. That's as tall as me.
Oh.
Wow.
Imagine that.
Yeah, you guys could share clothes, and I mean they're just long. A pig doesn't just it doesn't have to be like it could be long.
It would be bigger than me because it would be longer than me.
You know, if they have a category on Jeopardy of pigs versus boars, I'm going to be all set.
And they might. Well, there is no more Jeopardy, is there?
I wish.
Oh, since Alex, I know. I don't watch it like I used to.
Yeah, I haven't watched it in a while.
I haven't watched it in a while either.
What are you watching?
What?
What are you watching?
What?
Jeopardy. We were talking about Jeopardy.
I don't watch Jeopardy anymore. It's just not the same.
Sharon said if there's ever a Jeopardy category, boars versus pigs, she's all set.
Oh, okay.
That and Brussels sprouts. I watched a documentary on Brussels sprouts. You wouldn't
I
believe
love Brussels. Do you like? I like Brussels
I like 'em.
sprouts with the balsamic clay.
I love
I like-
Brussels sprouts with bacon.
I got this
And cheese.
balsamic glaze. I put everything now.
Yummy, I love them.
Hi, Julianne.
I like them. It's the only vegetable I don't really
Did you get
care
your new
for.
puppy, Jubies?
I don't know what Carolyn's drinking there, but
Cranberry juice.
oh, all right.
It's a little bit of cranberry juice.
That's a pretty cup. Can I look at the glass that you have that in?
It's just,
And
you
how
know what
much
this is
you
from? A
want for it?
dessert that Ethan had, one of the like limoncellos.
Is it glass? Oh,
No,
I
it's
love
glass.
it. What? That's cool.
The dessert came in that glass?
Yeah, limoncellos. They come in this.
Wait, what do you mean? Can you show us?
I don't know. They come in this. I don't know. They come in this. You eat the
No,
dessert
they
and
don't.
you have the yeah.
No, they do not.
They
In the
do.
restaurant?
Where?
You buy that in the grocery store?
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, what's it called?
I think
Wait, limoncello. And you
No
buy that
way.
in the grocery store.
this,
and it comes
this
in
one,
glass.
yeah. Ethan got this, yes, at the grocery store.
Oh my God! Please tell us the link because
I'm
I want.
gonna start buying it.
too.
I'll ask him where they get them.
I need it. Look at that
Wow.
that
You
cup.
could have held it up and said $8. Anybody? Instead, they're going to go to the store and buy their own.
Carolyn, sell it tomorrow night.
Wild boars are edible.
Wild boars are edible.
Yep. The
Gross.
meat's a little sweeter than,
I'll pass.
yeah, I know.
I mean,
To look up something. You know, I have to check on my Crocs because I don't believe I ordered my Crocs and I don't know where they are.
already got mine and we ordered them at the same time,
I
didn't
can't.
we?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you ordered. How long did it take you to get yours?
A while.
Oh, maybe then I'm gonna feel okay because I think I ordered mine after yours.
You ordered mine after. You ordered yours after mine. Yes, I
Let me see.
remember. I remember specifically now.
Crocs, Crocs, Crocs. Crocs, Crocs.
Always checking out numbers.
Well, I didn't order them from Crocs, right? I ordered them from a different place.
Who? Now I'm going to have to see.
Shoot, where did I order my Crocs from? Remember they weren't on sale in Crocs and I found them on sale somewhere? Was it wasn't DSW?
Are there a lot of wild boars in South Carolina?
Zapato,
Look at your
Zappo,
hair.
Zapato, what was that one there? Zapatos or
Yeah,
something?
yeah.
Zappos?
Look at your history.
Zappos. Yeah, I gotta check the Zappos. That's where I got them from.
Zappos. They have good stuff.
There's between 140 and 150,000 of them. Unfortunately, that number keeps growing. The wild hog or pig is really just a much larger
Hey,
version
you guys,
of
did I tell the
farming
chat they
of
wanted to send me on this? this all expense paid trip to Southern Africa. Where was I going to? Southern Africa. Let me tell you where they were going to send me.
Okay.
I can't do it. I'm not doing it.
Let's hear.
Not doing it. I won't go there by myself like that. That's no.
Well, I'll go with you.
Not
I'll
happening.
go with you.
Let's go to South Africa.
You-
I don't
you
know.
would?
I will
You
go
would
with
go
you.
on this trip. I wouldn't go on this trip. You sound like you could get malaria. You probably need like 1,000 vaccinations. There's a reason they're hounding me to go on this trip, okay?
I want to go. I want
Where's
to
my-
go.
I'll go.
Who said? Hey, Kate, can you send me on the trip wherever you are?
I'll see. You want to go on the trip?
I will. You ask them if I can
I'll
go.
go.
Please? And Sharon, please, can Sharon go too?
Yeah,
Let me
let me
see.
go.
Tell us about the trip.
I'm going to tell you about it. I'll tell you about it.
You send the two of us and ask us to take pictures, and we'll bring a cardboard
Picture?
cutout of Carolyn.
I'll be happy to do that.
All right, here it is. They've hounded me about this second time now. Okay. They are pleased to tell. Hold on a minute. I haven't checked my mommy around this email in a long time, and this is current. Now listen to this. It says, we are pleased to share this media trip with you. We'd like you to go to Southern Africa, which will showcase Kaza. What is Kaza? It is the Kavango Zambezi Trans-Frontier Conservation Area, the world's largest of its kind, at approximately 520,000 kilometers in size, occupying parts of the Okavango and Zambezi River basins. It encompasses areas with the borders of its 5 partner states comprising of the republics of Angola, Botswana, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The journey will showcase, now listen, this journey will showcase this unique destination to the media, allowing for immersions into its natural and cultural attractions and the myriad of diverse landscapes. Round-trip flight to Victoria Falls will be included, along with a creative 7-night itinerary, including meals and visits to 4 countries with excursions encompassing incredible scenery, amazing wildlife, a boat trip on the mighty Zambezi River, and more, along with visits to the conservation and community projects. Dates, May 14th through May 21st, 2023. Can't go.
I'll go. You can sign me up.
That's scary. You could catch malaria or something like that.
I'll
You get
go
malaria, and
myself.
then you can't go on real vacation. Forget that.
Never mind.
Yeah, exactly.
No, thank you.
You're probably gonna need like 1,000 shots.
Ugh.
Isn't it dangerous? Their ice spy drifter says.
I'd still do it.
High Speed
I'm-
says no to the no of visiting Africa.
I'd still do it.
If the crocodiles don't catch you, will disease. Oh, I don't know. That scares the crap out of me. What
Yeah,
are you
that
going to
kind-
do when you're there and you're like, what the are we doing? Oh, you're sleeping in a tent here. Did you see how Harry and Meghan were like in a tent when they were in Botswana?
I know,
With a
right?
net over you.
Yeah, I'd be like, what? I'm staying in the tent?
And that would be a hard.
I don't think that would be for me. That would, like, my travel anxiety would be through the freaking roof.
Oh yeah. Not yet.
Maybe you could stay in a mud hut.
Someone say, who sent you there? Who sent you there? Yeah. That was a hard no on that one.
Well,
I'm
goodbye,
like,
Nicole.
oh, good,
It's nice
media,
knowing
they're
you.
inviting me on a media trip. Where are we going? And I'm like, oh my gosh, Southern Africa.
No, I'll be back. I'll be fine. Watch. I would be
Can we
pissed
ask
off.
for them to make it say in July so that at least
I'd be
we're
like-
past our vacation?
They
Hi.
did. They slept in a tent, jujubes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, they probably had a chandelier inside the tent. Let's get real here.
Probably heated tent.
Right.
With water and
And
a
conditioned.
Toilet in it, a running toilet.
And I wonder what the all meals. Here you go.
Mm.
With that thing that washes
Be
your
like a
hands
big
and
vat of
toes.
soup or something. Here you go.
It'd be an outhouse.
A granola bar.
I would still go.
The
Hello.
brave,
Mosquitoes the size of hummingbirds.
Not scared.
brave free spirit.
I have a snake as a pet. Come on.
I know.
Yeah, but you don't want to meet those snakes down there.
Well, Joel was like,
No, Marvin's
no.
not afraid of anything.
I'm not going
Bring
there.
the snake with you. Let it worm around.
No way.
That's her home, though. That's where they're
I'm
from.
not
I
going
know.
there.
Look at this again.
Not going. Mm-mm. No way.
I'm trying to figure out what county our house is in. I don't know. There's lots of wild boars, really wild pigs in South Carolina. Too many.
You want to go boar hunting? We're there.
Um,
Maybe we
that
can
would-
go. Maybe we can go ride on Mazzelle.
No,
I'll ask the new owners.
no, thanks.
I'll give Buzz a call when I get down there.
Bus,
There we go.
bus.
I don't know.
Get
I
on
don't.
the bus, Gus.
I don't think so. I'm not going there.
I mean, I wonder what they have in Botswana.
Mm.
No Starbucks, El.
I wonder which other bloggers are going on this excursion.
Mm-mm. Definitely no Dunkin'.
Mm-mm. No Dunkin'.
I knew a girl who went to Botswana, but she stayed with a family, I think, but it was like not mud huts, but just very primitive, I'll say.
I don't think that's for me.
That's cool, though. That would be cool.
Yeah, but imagine how
Mark-
happy you'd be
For
if
the
they
right
go home.
person. If that person is not me, I'm not that person.
Mm. I mean, are they
Luke
going to
says that all the time. I'm not that guy.
Am I
I'm
gonna
not
get a
that
tour
person.
guide? Are we going to get a tour guide? Is that part of it? You're
Yeah,
gonna tour
I'm
guide?
not that lady. Sorry.
Oh, well, if we get a tour guide.
It'll be like hostel, you know.
I don't
that's
know.
part
I'm
of
not
it.
that person.
Mm-mm.
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 Complimentary hats for influencers. What's that about?
They're gonna start having Starbucks in Africa.
I just no Starbucks, no stores. I would do it though. I would because it's an experience, you know. The only thing that concerns me about that email, it's like a conservation area, and that the larger they said it was, the more stress I got. Because you're in a conservation area. That just tells me that it's a whole lot of nothing. That's what that says, though, without
With
saying.
wild boars.
Right. Well, it's a conservation area. It's untouched, so it's just nothing but nothing.
There's Nicole in her little hut in a swamp.
I'd be like, well, I'm having a great time.
It kind of says that there's a Starbucks in Uganda.
Really?
Where?
Kind of insinuates that, but
What?
it's Starbucks in Uganda.
I don't think there's a Starbucks where they're going.
Not where
don't think so.
they're going.
Mm-mm.
You can offer my
The
name.
only Starbucks in Kenya is in Karatina.
Huh.
Uganda's Starbucks. And then it has a little
High
paragraph.
speed drifter says, does the brochure say, we promise you won't get murdered?
No,
Nope, absolutely. That's part of
it doesn't. That's part of the adventure.
I was gonna say that. That's part
Flip
of,
the coin.
I would be afraid when they say dinner is served and say Nicole's not around. Nicole might be on the menu.
Cold as dinner.
Yeah, I'm too old for dinner.
You think so?
Too
All right.
old. I'm too
Why?
old. I'm too tough. Nobody would want that.
This is interesting. This is very interesting.
Cook up well. Eesh.
I mean, I would totally take in the culture and eat what they're eating. I would whatever. If I was putting a village up there, I would just do it. I would just 10 days. That's it. 10 days.
Yeah.
And you take back with you an experience that you'll never forget, and you meet people like all the way on the other side of the world. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I don't know about the tent though.
Yeah, I'm kind of a struggle with it. No.
It's harder when you're injured in a tent. That's the only thing. If I
That's why
wasn't
we were so grateful when we got home, you see.
exactly, that's why I
Our
can't.
nights were the best things ever.
That's why I go camp tent. But in the middle of the night, my air mattress deflates, so I end up in the car
Oh
with the
boy.
kids. Yeah,
Yeah, right.
but the car is definitely not big enough for that.
I hear you.
Kids would rather stay at a nice hotel anyway with a pool and
Oh yes.
all that stuff. They would rather
Oh
have that.
yeah.
I'm with
That's
the
more
kids.
more along the lines of what they like to do. And
Mm-hmm.
are those your wind chimes again tonight, Al?
Oh yeah, it's windy. It's gonna rain all day tomorrow. Can you hear them?
Yeah, they sound really pretty.
Yeah, there they go.
Are those people there or did they leave?
They came home and they're leaving again tomorrow.
They're leaving tomorrow?
Yeah, they came home for like 5 days.
I'm sorry. You're probably lonely. You're gonna miss them, huh?
Yeah, it's nice when they're here. It's nice when the dog's here. He comes to my room.
Oh,
I gave him a McDonald's cheeseburger the other day.
there you go.
He loves me.
Oh yeah. That's what we used to buy for Cujo.
Yeah, you seem to love the dog.
Let to eat
I
us.
love the dog. Axe. He's so cute. He always comes by me, always.
Why
He,
won't they let
he
you
barks
have
at
a cat?
everyone except for me.
Aw.
Yeah.
So they're leaving tomorrow, and did you tell them you'll miss them already and said your goodbyes and all that tonight?
Yeah. No, not yet. Tomorrow we will.
How far away do they live?
Arizona.
Oh wow. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You said they have several houses though, all over, huh?
So they sold their house in Hawaii.
I'll bet.
Oh,
And they have one more house, and then the house in Arizona.
so they don't have a house in Hawaii anymore? They sold it? Are they
They
gonna miss?
sold it. They
Won't
they
they?
love it. They love being in Arizona. They love it there.
I lived there for a while. I didn't. I mean, it was cool, but it was like I don't know. It's so much of a desert that you have to drive all the way to Southern California to see the ocean.
Yeah, but they
It's a
love
6-hour
it.
drive. But do they live in the valley
Yeah, they call that home.
in Maricopa County, like Scottsdale area, Paradise Valley?
I'm not sure. I know where they live, but I forget.
It's such a nice area out there.
They call it home. They've moved there. If they have all their doctors here. They have the vet for their dog.
Sorry, guys,
They
I have to
won't
answer
change-
this email.
they won't change doctors.
Oh,
So
okay.
he told me that they're going to definitely live here for at least 10, 15 more years.
Okay.
There's no way they're going to sell the house because they have too many things. Their daughter is closer to here, and her son, and she just said they don't, especially the doctors. They're used to their doctors, their dentists. I mean, they've been
That's
going
their
for so
home.
many years. For so many years, they're not gonna. They have to come here to go to the doctor. So
What I got?
That's good.
it's very important to them.
Good.
Yeah.
Plus, it's beautiful, and they can come home anytime they want. They come home anytime,
Right.
They can enjoy it
Yes.
anytime they want to see the beach, anytime.
Right. But last year they were gone from like April until, let's see, April, May, June, July, August, till September.
I say stay in Arizona for the summer.
So I need you guys because I'll be all alone.
It's too hot in Arizona in the summer.
Sure is.
Yeah, I know.
Lived there. It was awful. In the summer, it was like in an oven.
They're in a place where it snows, like the mountains. They'd love it there. Just
Okay.
love it.
Sorry, I got it. I got caught up in my email. Sorry.
That's okay.
No, I'm
Okay.
so apologizing to the chat because I just got caught up in some
Wait.
email.
They don't care either. They're fine, I'm
They
sure.
probably do care.
Everybody in here is cool.
Hey,
Yeah.
hi Jeanette. One of my dogs is dreaming, growling. I bet dogs have interesting dreams. They dream a lot. I have 2 little angels. What kind of dogs, High Speed? What kind of dogs do you have? I made a short. My dogs were playing in the snow today. Luke made it,
So-
actually.
Yeah.
Julie Gonzalez says her friends who travel, her acquaintances who have travel money are all going there. They must be going to South Africa.
Yeah.
Really?
That's what cuisine consists
Well,
of, but
I'm
it's
just
not limited to.
really one there that don't really want to be going there. I don't know. Not me.
So
for
this
not-
is the typical meal.
totally
is
not for me.
called maize meal, stamp, which is called satampa, sorghum, which is maybell, fat cakes, which they call magwinya. I hope I'm not messing up these words, which is fried dough, and caterpillars. Mofane.
Carolyn, Juju had a quick question on how to increase her membership, and
Didn't
she
see
said
it.
she's already gone to the perks on the homepage.
How to increase
but
it? I
can't
think you
find it
just
there.
You can't do it on an iPhone. You have to do it on a computer.
no. I think you can, but you have to go to the
Doesn't work on mine.
I could do it on an Android.
you
I
have
can't
to
do
go
it.
to the iPhone
See.
link that's in the video description. Hold on. Let me see.
I told them that I'd ask you because I didn't know. They couldn't
Right
find
on.
out.
What does she have an iPhone or an
Here,
Android?
try this, Jujubes, and then see if it'll let you.
It's on an Android. It's right there.
This link that I'm putting in there. See if that will let you join it. Like when you go there. Then it should pop up. And I think you can just click the next one.
Nope, not for iPhone. I'm on an iPhone. I click the link, okay?
Mhm.
And it says member for the amount of time, 2 years, 9 months, 4 days, Deputy Rambler. And it says see perks, right? And it says more, and there's 3 dots. And you click more, and it doesn't say anything. Sign up for user experience research, your privacy, learn more about
No, but something
membership.
should pop up when you get there.
Nothing. Nope. It just says member. It shows it, the membership, and it shows the perk info. but it doesn't let you upgrade.
Oh,
Let me see.
Well, they upgrade.
No, but something should pop. I get it. And I have an iPhone.
Yeah, but there's no look. I wish I could show you my
Then
screen.
it says
I'll show you
join,
that.
join, join. So if she wants to become a detective, she just hits join. If she wants to become a sergeant, join.
It doesn't do that for me on my iPhone. I swear. I swear to you. I'll show you after. What it will show you after at the members. I'll share my screen and maybe you can help me.
Yeah, I just went to it. I don't know. Maybe it's.
I swear, it's weird. Okay, let me go and click on it again. And maybe I'm missing something. Okay, so it says membership.
And then
First.
you scroll down. Do you see the?
It says see perks info, right?
And mine
And then
just
it's-
comes right up.
Mine doesn't. Nope. Custom emoji to use in comments and live chat. And then member shout outs, more, and you click more and it doesn't say, it's just information about memberships, your privacy, sign up for user experience research, report inappropriate perks and membership and perks. Crazy. Maybe it's just me.
I don't know.
No, I can't get it either, Nicole.
Nope, not on her iPhone. Jujubee says it's she's
Oh, I don't
going
know.
on
I've got it.
tablet. She's
Where?
going on her tablet. And you have an iPhone, Carolyn.
Yeah,
I do too. What
I
kind of
know.
iPhone? Mine's an i13.
I have an
Whatever.
I think I have an 11.
What?
Mine's a 10 and I can't get it.
Why is mine not working? I wonder. Yeah, she said, Nicole, yep, that's what I get too. Some of us get it and some of us, I guess some of us don't.
Where did I see that element? Oh, I need one. No. Do I need one of those? I think I need one of those. Hold on, I just have to get something really quick.
Okay, she said, Nicole and Carolyn, this is what Julianne said. I'm just saying, South Africa seems a popular destination. Personally, if I was going to travel anywhere, it would be to the beach with y'all.
Yeah, I'm going to the beach.
yeah, come on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-mm. Caca.
It's going by so slow in time.
I need to find something. This sponge dauber thing.
Hi, Annie B.
Hi, Annie B. Sponge applicator for crafts.
Hi, Jeanette. Oh, Jujubees needs a good pair of Crocs with support.
Oh, that's what I was supposed to be saying. I have ADD so bad. I don't even know how I started on this. I was going to get my Crocs, and then I got on the Africa trip, and then that made me remind me that I needed the sponge applicator for my crafts. Then I answered the emails. This is so bad. And I still haven't checked on my my Crocs. Oh gosh. Zappos. Where's my order? Where did I order these from? You submitted an order. Okay. Good.
It,
Where
Zappos, right?
are they? Okay. I submitted an order on February 20th. Let me go to Zappos.
Oh, so that was after me.
Okay.
I'm gonna look and see when I submitted my order, though, just to double check.
Let me see where my stuff went.
Let's see. The 20th, I ordered mine Crocs on from the Crocs site.
You
When
ordered
did you order?
the 20th.
The 20th. I got my email on the 20th. Yes. So
Okay.
same day, February 20th. Thank you, Nicole, for
My
your order.
orders. Where is my orders?
So we did get it the same day, and I got my Crocs days ago.
Welcome back. View orders. Okay, search orders. Where's my orders? Your order history is empty. Get the freak out of here. It just said they got my order.
Do you not? Maybe you don't have an account. Maybe you didn't order it as
They're
a guest.
in the. Why are they in the cart? What is going on?
Never ordered them?
It says I order them. I'm just gonna order them again. Should I just?
Well, wait. Make sure they didn't take the money out of your account first. Check your bank.
It says transaction. You won't be charged till Zappos processes your order. To see the full transaction, log into your PayPal.
Because Zappos said they were just like the Coach outlet. They say they're in stock and they're not.
But they are. I can order them right now in the same price. Let me see. I'm so
Weird.
confused. Let me see.
And those are wanted.
And then I go right into my PayPal and see if they. I am so pissed right now. Zappos.
Yeah.
Show all. Let's see. February 20th. There's nothing to Zappos.
Well, just search. Can you search just your entire bank account for anything from Zappos
No,
in
I'm
the
just gonna
search
order them.
section?
Just ordering them right now again. Proceed to checkout. You better have those in stock, baby. Okay, PayPal. Oh shoot. To activate my cash back.
And don't forget Jujubee's question about the Crocs.
What you want about the Crocs? What was Jujubee's question?
She wants the website to post the website. Let me try to post it. I can post it. Is it what is it? Just Crocs.com?
No, Crocs.com is Crocs.com. Yeah.
They
Okay.
do make platform Crocs. Yes, Julianne. Yeah, the website is Crocs.com. So www.crocs.
I don't know if you place my order. Gosh darn it. Thank you. Your order's been placed. I guess they didn't place my order the last time. Lucky I got them on the same sale price. They're arriving on March 7th.
Oh,
That stinks.
Well, Carolyn ordered from a place called Zappos, right?
Yeah, because the ones I wanted weren't on sale on Crocs.
Yes. But, and Crocs, the Crocs website, you'll see a lot of sales. They have a sale tab right there. Just click
Wow.
on that and see what's on sale.
Look, they have these really nice fur. Well, they don't have them. I've never seen those.
Let's see these.
Look at this. Well, you're gonna have to look on YouTube, but they have fur. I've never seen them like this with fur
I
here.
just recently saw them.
You recently saw these with fur on the outside?
Yeah.
Really?
Off the outside?
On the outside.
How much fur?
Look.
All right, I'll be looking.
Oh my good grief.
Look.
Those are horrid. Sorry.
I bet you Al would like those. Al? Is she asleep? Did she fall
No, she
asleep?
probably went to the bathroom or something. Al,
Yes.
are you there?
Yeah.
Are
Did
you
you
on
see these
YouTube right now?
Crocs?
No, I'm not on YouTube.
Did I wake you up?
No.
Or can you go on YouTube because there's these Crocs with fur on them, and Carolyn thinks you'll like them.
Okay. Let me go on. I already bought those shoes
I know,
yesterday.
but look at these. You're gonna freak because these
Okay.
would be cheaper than your other ones.
Let me see.
And L, no, I wouldn't buy them since you just.
Yeah, I can't return them. Let me see if I can. It's on Zappa.
No, it's on
No,
YouTube.
it's on YouTube on
Carolyn's
our
channel.
live.
On YouTube. Down. Okay. Let me get on. Okay.
She'll like the ones that are light colored and the black colored.
You don't like them?
No, she will,
So
I think.
she'd like white, I betcha, or the light
Yeah,
colors.
with the white. Put the white up.
There's no
There's
white.
no white.
Or the light color. Let's see the lighter color.
The lighter color. Oh, they're cool, Carolyn.
Yeah, check the third ones. They're
Those
sort
are
of
cheap.
tan.
Oh, they're nice.
And then there's the black, and then look at the purple, see? And then the ones right before the purple, right there. I think you'll like those more.
These are the ones I had last year at the beach.
Yeah, look at how pretty those are.
No, mine
I
didn't.
lost I'm looking at the trainer element now.
You gotta go forward. The train derailment's way back there. Is Crocs having a sale right now?
I don't know if Juju went on the set. Let me check if she
Oh,
did.
Yeah, I'm on the rainbow Crocs.
Oh, those are all lined.
Yeah, I got those. I have those ones right there. Go back. I
Not
have
with
that
lining
there.
though.
Yeah, mine has fur lining in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They have
are-
Margaritaville Crocs now.
Mine are the tie-dye ones that have fur lining
I
inside.
like those, Carolyn.
And then
The
I
white-
have,
I like the light color ones so much.
I know you would.
They have Margaritaville Crocs now.
What does that mean?
They have like lime and stuff on them, and
I got-
salt, and ice cubes, and a parrot on the side.
You know what I got?
Uh,
You know what I got? I got chai latte platform croc flip flops, and they're awesome.
What did you
Oh,
get?
they're
Oh.
cute. They're very
I
cute.
got, they're called chai latte, and they're platform croc
mm,
flip flop, and they're so comfortable and cozy. It doesn't even feel like there's anything between your toe. You have height, and it's so easy to walk in them.
that sounds excellent.
The classic spray tie-dye clog is on sale, half price.
Ooh,
Tie spray.
that's
See,
what I
those are
have.
different than the ones I have. Those are spray. Oh, those are spray. They're different than the tie-dye ones I have. The tie-dye ones are all different.
I want to see green.
Oh, well,
I'm-
okay, here.
We're all interested in looking.
The tie-dye ones here are all different. These are not like either of my tie-dye ones. Because they say tie-dye spray. That's different than my tie-dyes.
Well, maybe they're different than mine too. I just have to look at them.
Those are different.
Those are lighter than the ones I
Those are
have.
different than my
Yeah,
tie-dye.
don't-
It feels like I
They
always
are,
get the
like
tie-dye
those.
that nobody else has and nobody can have them. Like I never, and then everybody else are like, where did you get those? Like, and
Well, I hope that I don't have
always
those.
have that. Like mine are always different than everybody else's.
Mine are, nope, that's still not mine.
Those are
Mine
not
is
mine
I'm
either.
not
I don't have
bringing
the
mine.
Crocs thing. Mine are always different.
Yeah, mine.
Some Crocs. I'm not.
We
bringing
used to buy Crocs like crazy. One time, oh my gosh, When the kids were
We
little,
used
we
to have a
bought like
Crocs store
we
here.
bought like 47 pairs of Crocs. I'm not joking. There was
Yeah,
a big
but
sale on this thing, and they had Crocs for like.
that's mine
They were
right
so,
there.
we
No,
bought
those
so
aren't
many
mine.
Crocs. We had Crocs for days and days. I wonder if I can go back in my old orders and look at what we bought. The kids had so many different pairs of Crocs.
So I just started wearing
We've
Crocs.
We've
Those,
worn them for years and
Never.
years and years.
can you look for the ones I bought? The platform
I
flip
got
flop.
these. I got these. But they
I know,
weren't
those
on
are
sale when
so-
I was here. Or they were on sale, but they didn't have my size.
They didn't have your size.
I got these on Zappos.
Yeah,
That's what I
Oh,
got.
Zappos.
those
I
are
like those
so
pink ones.
cute. Those are so cute. Do they have the flip flop ones there? Like the
I don't
platform
know. I
flip
got
flop?
those, but I want to get.
Those are only, look at the sole on them suckers.
I know
Yeah,
they're
my soles are
platforms.
big too. I got big soles.
Wait, how
Not
big
as big
are
as her.
Nicole didn't want me to get those the last time we lived there. She said we're going to twist her ankles in them, and then she said we could get them, and then we're on sale and all that stuff.
Yeah, because I got platform ones, but I got flip flops. So Carolyn got platform
They're
ones.
missing lots of sizes in those.
I don't know where you got. That's why you have to get them on Zappos. They're $29.
No, I got them on the Croc
No,
site.
I
They're
know. I'm
called.
talking to Margot. about-
Go into search. Go into search. Go search up. It's called chai latte.
Sandals, right?
Yes.
Oh, flip flops.
Flip flop. Yep. Platforms. There they are. Platform flip flop.
I
Where?
wanted the Orangeburg ones. I don't have them.
On the with the they kind of look like if you go to the right,
Platform
like
sandals.
that sort of like. I don't know. I thought they were, but maybe not. But they're so cute.
I don't see them.
Maybe that's them. They're like really light. They're light coffee color, sort of.
Oh, right there.
Chai
I think.
latte. I don't see them.
I thought I saw them.
Yeah, up. You have to go back up. I thought I saw them.
Chai latte.
Is that them? Oh, up one.
Are you sure it's called chai latte?
Yeah, I think so. Let me check my order. Now I'm already on my order.
You sure it's not called the crushed
Oh, it's
glitter?
called Classic Platform Marbled Flip Flop. That's chai. It's chai. CHAI is the color.
Classic. I don't see them.
Really?
No.
Let me show you real quick, okay?
see.
Real 2 seconds.
Brooklyn flip flop. Mega crush. Nope.
Mango Crush.
No, Mega.
No,
A mega crush.
So hers are like, they have the thing between her toes. The one
yeah,
she got.
I'll show you real quick.
Right
Ready?
there?
Here.
Wait, are you showing them out in real life?
No, I'm showing you right now on the screen, right here. Okay, this is what they look like. That's my order. See?
Your screen is
No,
black.
your screen is
Nicole.
black.
It is?
Yeah,
It's
black.
buffering. This is
Oh.
started screen
It
sharing,
says
but it's
Nicole Griffin
Wait,
has started screen sharing, but can't
But
see
it's not
anything.
being silly, isn't it? It doesn't like me right now.
be nice.
Be nice to me, please. Screen share. Be nice. Be
Can't see
nice.
anything.
Now, do you see it?
Yes.
Thanks. Your order
Yeah.
is confirmed. What is
There
it?
they.
Classic marble. Oh, it's not that high.
That's the marble flip
It's not
flop.
that high.
It's high for me.
Oh, they're high. She showed them to us.
It doesn't
Yeah.
look. It doesn't look
Pretty
scary at all.
It green's black. Look at that.
It figures.
It doesn't look scary.
Well, I'm an on-chair anyway. That's crazy. My message is completely blank.
It didn't
Well, they're
look-
cute. They're
I
cute.
thought. I think
Just
so.
small.
Not as Carolyn's are crazy high. That's what I got scared of. I don't
Carolyn,
want to go
It
that
is the
high.
universe way of asking you to try solid color Crocs. Oh, stop, Julianne. I'm getting the ones with the spray. I've had solid color Crocs. I've been wearing Crocs when Crocs weren't even cool. Some people don't think they're cool now, but we've been wearing Crocs for ages. My daughter got us started on Crocs. She came home with these things so long ago, and she goes, "The guy said you could boil these and eat these. That's how natural they are. So like, I forget what the reason. She said, I'm like, why would we boil them and eat them? And she goes, because there's nothing bad in them. And I was like, those are weird. And then I got pregnant for Ethan, and my feet started to swell. And I was still working. I got Mary Jane Crocs at Dick's, and Jimmy got a pair of Crocs. And then I wore those Crocs in the hospital when I was in labor and delivery.
You wore 'em
And
for delivery?
that was the labor and
Did
delivery
you?
with Crocs. I walked
Oh, I see the walk.
in the hospital. Yeah. And then Jimmy got me, after I had the baby, got me the fur-lined Crocs. And then when Ethan was a baby and he started walking, we got him a stride right and everything, but then we got him this little tiny pair of Crocs, and they had a character on them. I think it was, forget what it was, and he just loved them. And then we ended up, hit this Croc sale, and I bought them for like every size coming up. And we had Mickey Mouse ones, and we had SpongeBob, we had everything. And then the kids just had Crocs for days and days and days.
Wow,
was
they
this-
weren't always as expensive as they are now.
They were, but we got a big sale at 6pm.com.
Oh my
There was
gosh, I
this
never.
huge sale, and I want to go back and find my old order, because we just ordered Crocs like you couldn't believe.
I don't know why I started wearing them, because everybody in my house did. My husband, my kids, they all wore them
You
except
throw
for
your
me.
Crocs in the washing machine, so do I.
Really?
Yeah, you can throw
Even
them in the washing machine.
fur line. What if the fur line ones? You could throw
Throw
those
them
in
in
the
the washing
wash.
machine. Jay Bells took a pair of fur-lined Crocs home.
Did you give them to her?
Well, she said, "Oh, I don't have." Then we said, "Okay, how about these?" And then she, "Oh, these feel just great." And she was like, "Just take them home." And yeah, and then she turned out.
Well,
to
that
be
was nice of you. Still,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
she was an
you still
imposter.
did something nice.
She's
you
an
know.
imposter.
I know. I know.
I was teasing you,
But you-
Callan. Okay. Let's see. She's probably in here watching us. It's the crazy thing, you know?
Hey, J Bells, how are you?
Or she's
I
out
don't-
scamming somebody else.
I remember a little bit of her, not much. You hear my TV? I know you do. You have to.
I don't.
What?
Now I have to. Okay, so I got the Crocs, but now I've got to go order that craft thing. Oh, look at those hair dye brush combs.
What's
Those
a
are-
hair dye brush cone?
You know, if you color your hair at home, those brushes. But I
Oh,
have
yeah.
those, but I wonder if they have a bunch of stuff for hair dye.
You actually
Jeanette
use those
says-
brushes?
Jeanette says, did her Crocs have some devil ears?
Huh.
Well, you know what, Carolyn? The thing is, you're such a kind person. You would have done that for anybody, you know? You would have.
Let's see here, little. I'm trying to get some little thing. What do I have? I can never end up checking out on this place. What did you get in your Temu?
I didn't check. I gotta go downstairs and check. But I have to wait. I want to wait till tomorrow, till Linda's here.
I got that. I feel like I got nothing, and then I got a bunch of stuff. That I don't need. Remove. Okay. Hmm. $37. Okay.
And I'll get everybody's packages out tomorrow. I'm sorry with the
I'm
store.
sorry too. I'm very disappointed with myself. Sorry. And
No, it's
everybody's
not.
disappointed in me.
Well, we've had snow for the
Oh, it's
last
auction
2
day
days.
tomorrow already, eh?
Yeah, and I don't have anything. We've had snow. Hope I can get out
I don't have
tomorrow.
anything either because, well, I don't know what I have. I don't have much of anything.
Mm-mm. The weather's been caca.
Spring is soon.
I know, yeah, right around the corner.
20 days.
Guys, today's March 1st.
It is.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
It's March 1st already.
Plan to ignore.
And I think on March 12th, we turn our clocks ahead. The daylight savings starts
I've got
No,
so
it
many.
was
March 12th, I think, this year.
I've got so many
early
appointments
this year.
That sounds
in March.
early.
I've got so many doctor's appointments in March.
Spring.
Oh my
I did-
gosh, I've got
I
so many. I
did-
got 2 in one day. I've got 2 different physicals in one day, and then another
Oh,
physical,
my
and
goodness.
then I have to. Do you know my dentist still can't schedule anything? Their computers are still down. I said, boy, you guys are running an efficient office. They've been down for a week now.
Wow.
Isn't that
Oh.
crazy? That's not even
They-
normal. Then you would
My-
get a ledger out and you'd do it by hand or something. Come on.
My dentist, this is awful, awful, awful.
This is
I hate to
ridiculous.
say- But they are awful. I needed stuff done, and they waited and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited to the point where there
I've
was
been
no
waiting
buying
to get.
left.
It's
Too.
ridiculous. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting.
And in the meantime, what happens is that you lose viability in that tooth. You lose the to save it, and there's nothing they can do. They say we're a small office. There's one dentist. They've gone through
Oh, we have
3
more.
dentists.
We have a lot of dentists, but they said their computers have been down all this time, and I'm like, your computers are down. And she's like, yes. Otherwise, we would have called you, and I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you would have, because they never call
Yeah.
back and they never answer their phone.
Wonderful. You need
We
to
have-
find a dentist.
one dentist where I am. I'm about ready to switch somewhere that is a bigger office, somewhere in the city.
Mm.
I have to. It's the only way to get in a reasonable amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Did you see that joint thing? It's got a magnet here and a magnet here, and you put it on your hand, and it says the relax magnet.
Yeah, it's for headaches and stuff. I have. Oh, so like the thing you're supposed to be able to. If you have
No,
a
because
headache,
your headache is supposed to be here. Some guy told me that a
No.
long time. No, he told me this a long time ago. He said right
Here?
here. Where do you think?
Are
Right
you-
here?
yes, that's
Well,
where I
that's where the
always
relax
squeeze.
magnet is.
Whenever I squeeze that when I have a headache, it goes away
Well,
instantly.
This one,
instantly.
this one is the one he told me. I don't know.
Wow, but we got to try it next time we have headaches.
I don't want to have a headache.
Well, no, we don't want anybody to, but if you shall, because we're human.
Between your first finger and your thumb.
Yeah, that's what I always thought, right in the middle.
But do you put a magnet there?
No, I squeeze it with my
This is
finger
a
when-
magnet thing. Did you see it?
No.
It's got a
Oh my God.
thumb and a magnet.
Really?
It's got like
goes
this.
on
It's a
finger?
thing. Yeah, it's this thing. It's got a thumb and a magnet, and it goes like that. And you put it on there,
How
and you
much
just hold
is
it.
it?
$1.18.
You better put your link in there because you
No,
better
it's
put
not
it
my
in
link.
right-
It's on Teemu.
Oh, nuh-uh.
Yeah.
I thought it was like in the web, like
Yeah.
you
That's where that's
Attention.
oh gosh, that scared me. That's where this thing goes. This thing goes in the
No.
web, but the guy told me this for headache and
No.
it does work.
Oh,
No, oh, wow. The guy for the headache, I thought it was in the web.
Could be in
It
both
is.
places.
Could be.
I always heard it was the web.
But
part.
this thing, that's kind of weird because then a magnet is going through your skin.
Well, I want to get that.
I'm not doing
I'm doing it. It's on Temu's.
Yeah, it's called
Get out of there.
it.
it's called
you know what?
one piece finger joint hand massager, wearable acupressure, massage, blood circulation, headache relief, tension relief, relieving head pain. That's
So
the
it
title
is
of
for
it.
headaches.
That's the title of it.
That's for headaches,
Does
Carolyn.
everything. It's a miracle.
Yeah, it sounds like a miracle.
I'm telling you, it works for headaches. I have a plastic one that goes in between the web. I have a little piece of plastic that I don't know where I got it. My husband must have got it for me. And I just put it right between in the web, and it makes your headache go away right away. It's the weirdest thing. And then I
For
always say to myself,
low-headed people and office workers. What does that mean, low-headed
What
people?
low-headed people?
This other thing
Who?
says for
Oh, that's me
low-headed
and Sharon. We're
people
low to the ground.
and office workers.
Boy, yes, Margot, you and
And
I
did
are
you see that
okay.
mat that has 2
Mhm.
feet and it's got all these stones on it?
no, on Temu?
Yeah, and you put your feet on it and it's really
It has-
weird. It's
it has
for
all
brain,
these-
forehead, eye, thyroid, tongue. It's crazy.
Oh, it's like a
Yes, a
foot pressure
reflexology walk stone,
A
foot
reflexo-
walk massage mat.
point. Oh. Yeah, that's cool. I would get that too. Is it a lot of money? How much?
$4.99.
Oh my God, the prices are crazy. That's why I like it so much.
Have you gotten stuff from them and been happy with what you
Yes, I'm happy with everything. I got that red sweater from them for free.
And they've got this big leg massager thing that you put on your leg and it's got all these balls. Did you see that?
No, share your screen, please. We
Okay.
got to see this.
see it. I can't see it. I'll
I
take
g-
your word for it.
Okay.
I want to get all of
Here's
these
the
items.
thing that you put. Oh, look, it's 89 cents here.
Share when
It just
No,
went
it-
down. That finger thing was just $1.18. It just went down to 89 cents.
Yeah, because they said you need to buy it. Don't leave our site.
Really?
have to-
They changed the price?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. You get some crazy deals on that site. I can't believe I got that thing for free.
Well,
That
this
was
other
crazy.
one, okay. This other one that I was just on.
Did they just say, hey, we're gonna send you something?
No,
No,
not
they
at
said
all.
they got an email and said pick this out. You get a free thing, and you know how you click on stuff and it's usually just clickbait.
The
Right.
little
Well,
finger
it
thing.
gave
And
it to
look,
me for
here's one
free.
that's 79 cents. What is that?
Oh.
Why do they keep
that
going down in
purple one?
price? The
That
other
purple
one was
one.
$1.18.
What is, they got like a clam shaped
Pick
purple
one. That's what I
What's
have
that?
that.
You
That's
got
a
the clam
thing.
shaped purple one?
What is this? Gua sha scraping. What are you scraping? What are you scraping? Scraping board, massage therapy, back, legs, arms. Ancient acupoint pressure scraping. Why are you doing that?
Great.
Who's gonna do that for you?
Oh, by the way, I have an appointment with my new doctor. They finally gave me
They gave you what?
an appointment.
When?
Um,
Is it coming up
We're
soon?
live. I'm just telling you guys.
well, yeah.
Don't
We're
tell me
still
when.
live,
Don't
you
tell
know.
me when. I know.
Okay, I just want to make sure Sharon still knows we're live.
Yeah, she knows.
Yeah, I think it's the 11th. Doesn't matter if they know.
Yeah, it's all good. But still, I mean, is it soon? Is it soon from
Yeah,
now?
it's less than 2 weeks.
Okay, good. That's perfect.
So Nicole, that purple clam shaped thing, what's that for?
The
Did you
purple,
say
Where was the
purple
I can't
clam
find the other
shape thing?
finger massager thing?
you said
now.
you had one?
which one was it? Which
Well,
thing?
it was right below where the thumb magnet.
Oh, the
was.
plastic thing. I have that green plastic thing.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, that's what I have, and it goes in the web
all right.
for headaches.
Wait, here's the other one. See, I knew I had it here. I thought I was going crazy. You see, this one over here. Why does this one say $1.18?
Oh, it's lymphatic massage. My sister does that. That's what Julianne said that scraper is for.
Oh,
Her skin looks amazing. I just don't have time. You have to have somebody to do it, I guess. Oh my gosh, look at that.
see, but
Where
see,
is
this is
that?
$1.18, and then that other one was. I have one of these balls or something. It's like a marble ball, but you need someone to do it for you. That's why I have a massage chair.
That's cool. Oh wow, look at all this stuff.
Crazy.
Relax, Matt.
Relax, Matt. All right, let's go. I think I gotta go. What time is it? It's 4:32. You people, you kept me up too late.
Oh, there's still a lot of people.
I know.
Our fault.
Everybody kept me up so late. I've got to go for.
Our fault.
You just don't have the time, Julianne. Yeah, I've got to start a new Zoom too. I'll do it when I get off. All right, everybody. Love you. God bless. Prayers for all that need it. We'll see you tomorrow. And I think
Good
that's
night,
it.
everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
And don't forget to hit the like.